digital banks and nano credit. This is a large topic, and I think we're trying to cover quite a bit. So good luck to Mudassir Saab, who is the session chair for this. And I hope that we can get key sort of takeaways from this of what we need to do now, especially given the post-flood situation. So without further delay, I'm going to call Mr. Mudassir Khan, who is the Managing Director and the CEO of the Pakistan Mortgage Refinance Company. Mudassir Saab is the session chair. He has over 3 decades of diversified banking experience. He served as the SEVP at the National Bank, previously at HBL. Prior to that, Mudassir Saab was at the World Bank and has worked in many countries. We're very lucky to have you here, sir. Thank you so much for agreeing to chair this session. Next up, I'll introduce the panelists. So we have a video recorded message on low-cost housing in the post-flood scenario by Ms. Yasmin Lari, who we all know is an architect. She is best known for her work at the intersection of architecture and social justice, and is also the founder of the Heritage Foundation of Pakistan. So she's going to be joining us via a recorded message. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call the entire panel on stage, and post that, I will call Mr. Tobias Akhtar Haq, who is going to be doing the scene setting for this session. So the first panelist that I'd like to call on stage is Mr. Janzeb Khan, who is the president and CEO of Microfinance Bank. Janzeb Saab, of course, has more than 20 years of leadership experience in financial services, spanning a large spectrum of things: management consulting, FinTech, transformation, digital lending, and the list goes on. Thank you so much, Janzeb, for joining us. Next up, we have Dr. Sonu Khangrani, who is the CEO of Microfinance Bank, a real man of the people. His organization is serving serves a large number of people, and it's very impact driven, and there's a lot of financial inclusion deepening work that the Tardeep Microfinance Foundation is doing. Next up, I'd like to call Mr. Mohammad Abrar Amin, who is the CEO of Seedcred Financial Services. Mr. Abrar also has extensive experience in mortgages, telecom, setting up financial institutions, interoperability, and again, the list goes on. So we have a very established panel here today. Next up, I'd like to call Ms. Rizwana Siddiqui, who is the DG, Ministry of Privatization at the Privatization Commission. Ms. Siddiqui brings over a decade of public service experience. Thank you so much, madam, for joining us. Next up, I'd like to call Mr. Kashif Zafar, who is the head of products and research at HBL Microfinance Bank. Again, Mr. Zafar has diverse banking experience, which is spread across SME, digital operations, and risk. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I'd like to call Mr. Umar Moin Malik, the head of Easy Pesa, who will be joining us shortly, I'm guessing. But he's, of course, a mobile money pioneer and digital payments industry leader. Last but definitely not the least, I'd like to call on stage Ms. Ambreen Malik, who is the Chief Business Officer and Chief Digital Officer at the UBank, a graduate from my alma mater. Ambreen has over 20 years of work experience across Pakistan, the UK, and the Philippines. She's been at UBank for the past 7 years and has been doing great things on financial inclusion. Thank you so much, great panelists and chair, for joining us. I'd like to now call upon stage Mr. Tobias Akhtar Haq, who is the lead economist and the program leader for Pakistan at the World Bank. He's a development economist with experience across economic policy, political economy, public financial management, and debt management across more than 20 countries. I'd like to welcome you on stage for the scene setting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome, and great to see everybody here this morning. Firstly, I'd just like to thank Mr. Mohsen Ahmed and Ali Basharat and the team for the invitation to speak today. And it's just great to see such a substantive event, such deep conversation about such an important topic for Pakistan at the moment. I've been asked to set the scene for this esteemed panel, and I want to do that by talking a little bit about the economic conditions Pakistan faces at the moment, and then talking about the role that microfinance can play in recovery from the current challenges. So I think we're all aware that even before the recent flooding, Pakistan was facing a very difficult economic outlook. Expansionary monetary and fiscal policies over the past 2 years supported very rapid rates of growth, but they also saw the emergence of very large fiscal and current account deficits. really depleting the buffers available to deal with some of the emerging global crises. So as we've seen global interest rates rise, as we've seen food and fuel prices increase due to the war in Ukraine, Pakistan has been in a vulnerable position to deal with these shocks. Our government took very decisive action over late July, early August to rein in the deficit, a contractionary fiscal year 23 budget, tightening monetary policy and the rolling back of the price relief package. That really put the economy towards a path of stabilization and provided some reassurance to both international and domestic markets. But the path to recovery remained very narrow. With the flood impacts, we've seen these risks exacerbated and reemerged. Obviously, the flooding is expected to have huge human and economic costs. Damage to the agricultural sector especially is going to bring down output. Government is going to have to deal with the relief and recovery needs and a very constrained fiscal environment. Disruptions to exports are likely to bring down, lead to a higher current account deficit, especially in the context where Pakistan becomes increasingly reliant on food imports and cotton imports. So at this point, the markets are highly sensitive to risk. We're seeing bond yields increase. We're seeing a general perception that the path to stabilization recovery is a narrow one. The financial sector as a whole has been hard hit by this, but the microfinance sector in particular seems fragile. The sector was already facing challenges following the COVID-19 crisis. Microfinance institutions will be impacted precisely because they are the part of the financial sector that serves the rural poor, that serves farmers. We are expecting to see a deterioration in asset quality, and the sector may experience liquidity constraints. So it's a difficult context we find ourselves in. And what is the way forward? Well, Pakistan must rise to the challenge of dealing with the economic impacts of the flooding, and it must make itself better placed to deal with future climate-related shocks, which we're likely to see more of in the future. The World Bank is playing an important role in that recovery. We have a major portfolio reallocation to provide relief and recovery needs. But the scale of the disaster and the fiscal constraints facing government mean that the private sector really is going to have to be the driver of medium-term recovery. The private sector is going to be the engine that gets Pakistan out of the current situation. And obviously, the microfinance sector is at the heart of that. With a customer base of 8 million people and a gross portfolio of $2 billion US, it's a clear enabler of the underserved, of the rural poor. It is the part of the financial sector with reach into the areas that are most affected. MFIs have a critical function to play in supporting small businesses, helping businesses restock supplies, helping farmers get ready for the next harvest season, and helping families and households rebuild their housing. So what is needed to facilitate the microfinance sector in this recovery? First and foremost, government needs to maintain a sound macroeconomic environment. Sound macroeconomic policies are the foundation for economic development, and they're the foundation for financial sector development. So this will mean maintaining constraint on fiscal policy. It will mean ensuring that the current account deficit remains under control. It will mean adhering to sound overall macroeconomic policies, including a flexible exchange rate. Secondly, international financial institutions and government may have a role to play in supporting the microfinance sector through replenishing liquidity during this difficult time. And finally, there may be opportunities in the microfinance sector itself. Microfinance institutions may have opportunities for innovation and expansion in the face of this crisis. There may be scope to move towards digitalization, to expand the customer base and reduce transaction costs. And it may now be the time for the microfinance sector to expand the range of product offerings. Insurance seems a clear, underserved market where the microfinance sector can provide a much needed service to a customer base that more than ever needs to be prepared for future shocks. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is a challenging time for Pakistan, but I think it really presents opportunities for the microfinance sector to expand its pro-poor role and its economic development role within the economy. So I'm looking forward to this discussion, and again, thank you very much.
So we're just going to now play a video by Ms. Lari on affordable housing, low-cost housing in the post-flood scenario. Murtaza, if we could.
That was an amazing experience for me. So I've had an amazing, it's been quite incredible what I've been able to see and experience. But then the 2005 earthquake happened, and I'd been in the fort for 3 years already. But I had the privilege of being able to live there. But I wasn't there all the time. Of course, I kept on coming back because Karachi was my base. But I spent a lot of time there, and then this happened, and I literally upped and went because it was a different. I cannot tell you what an amazing experience that was. I think everybody just wanted to go and help and do things. And I had no idea what I could do because I'd never done that work before. No humanitarian work in my life. I had no idea. I never had experience myself to work on that. But I think it probably, these kind of things stay with you because these are really life-changing kind of events and experiences. And somehow, whether you actually do something at that time or not, but it's there. And you felt, yes, you felt responsible. You felt, yes, it's something you had to do. So I'd never known anything about humanitarian work, never did, except I'd worked a little bit with mud and a little bit with slums, but not really all that much. So like every other Pakistani, I just left. I came back to Karachi. I said to my husband, I'm going off to the earthquake area. And he said, you're crazy. What will you do? Because my office was finished. There was nothing there. I'd moved to Lahore. So really, literally, that's all there was. And so he said, okay, 500,000 rupees. I thought I'll go and come back, basically, So
donate money and come back.
Yeah, to spend the money, he thought, okay, 5 lakh mein jaake wo gaadi waadi ye karna hoga, wo karna, to usme wo kharach karke khatam ho jayenge, wapas aa jaungi. He said, okay, theek hai, she wants to do it, all right. He was very supportive, I have to say. I mean, he was actually very, very accommodating. I mean, you couldn't have wish for a better husband because he's, really allowed me my space all my life and really protected me in so many ways. So anyhow, so I went along. I had no idea kya karna hai, kaise hoga. Didn't know anything about earthquake work. Didn't know what it meant to design a seismic proof structure. But I learned fairly fast. I studied it, so kya karna hai, and I went and I decided to work with the debris and other stuff that was lying around. And you won't believe the kind of support I got. I mean, I did literally nothing when I went, and but the help that poured in from all sides was incredible. Not so much money. I've never really put much store by money, but all kinds of materials, all kinds of people came. Young people from all over the world came to help me. I mean, and from Pakistan, my God, so many of them. And we had done the drawings, and I knew what had to be done, and so we'd give them a bit of training, and they would go up to the mountains and tell the communities कि अब ऐसे ऐसे करो. So this was all to do with recycling the materials, because I wanted to build the most affordable house. I always felt that's what you had to do if you want to reach out to the majority of the people. So it was very interesting times, and I think I think that kind of experience is really life changing. Well, first of all, I don't believe in just providing something. I have lots of agendas that must be fulfilled. So first of all, I want both social and ecological justice when we build, which means that you're doing something good for society, but at the same time, you're not hurting the planet. These two are very important part of whatever I'm trying to do. Secondly, I always believe in participatory approaches, always how people can come together, how we can join hands together to do things. A community, and also, also taking pride in what you do. Because something is done and given to you, then there's nothing that you can feel happy about or feel proud of, because something is given to them. You don't even value it so much. So I think the more people can participate, the better. And also then the costs are very low. So what you mentioned, for instance, is abhi jo hamara bamboo ka entirely bamboo jo model hai, which is now called the emergency shelter, that actually started off for the earthquake in 2015 as a prefab units that could be sent out. And then I've used it since 2018 quite a lot, in particularly in Sindh, for building normal houses, so permanent houses, and they've survived. We have pictures to show how they survived even during this flood. Compared to anything else, like if you talk of cement concrete blocks, or if you talk of burnt brick, that's all gone. All those buildings are gone, but these are standing. So we must understand the value of materials like this, which are resilient and which will withstand disasters, because now nobody can now not build thinking that there might be a disaster. No longer is it possible, because we know. I mean, it's been there for a long time for a lot of people. I mean, I've been talking about it for a long time, but now it's clear that we all just have to prepare for disaster all the time. Now, if you were to make a structure of the same, like it's a 12 foot by 12 foot room, and it's costing now, the emergency model is costing only 25,000 rupees, including the wages of the artisan. But the same one, if you were to make it permanent, then you have to put the foundations, you have to put the bolts in, becomes maybe 40,000. That's all. So this is all, but you must remember that it's only the cost of the material. The labor is by the people themselves. So if, for instance, any contractor decides that they want to do it, then their cost will be much, much more, because they'll use labor and the whole thing changes. Yes. So my model really works when we're talking of people doing it themselves. If it's done on a mass scale by contractors, but it won't work. It will become at least double the cost. I don't know. So we have to understand, and that the whole beauty of using local material that people are used to is that they're so much familiar with the material that they will just enjoy it, and then they will embellish it, which they do. So whether they do little, sort of patterns on the surface, or they start painting with beautiful, whatever traditional designs are, every one of them becomes unique, yes, although the design is the same. Yes. And so I'm all for giving people the opportunity. And we must also remember, today, even before the floods hit us, the poverty levels were enormous. We were really beyond 50% being below poverty level. Today, I think it may well be 70 to 80%. So if you look at the population is 230 million, that means that something like, I don't know, something like 170 million people can't afford anything else. They can't even afford a little roof over the head of any kind, So when we talk of 1.5, 2 million houses, I don't know where they're going. We probably have a market. I'm not saying the market is not there, but certainly not for the common people. So the question now is whether all these big banks and everybody else and the rich in this country, are they interested in doing something for the poor or not at all? Mujhe lagta hai not at all. Because everybody wants to do charity. They're willing to throw out things and say, that as if they're beggars. We're treating our own people like beggars. And what is going on in this country? There's no respect for them. They don't go, हमारे साथ बैठते हैं आके, आपसे बात करते हैं, आपको क्या चाहिए हम देते हैं, आपके लेके आते हैं, हम आपके साथ बैठ के खाना खाते हैं. Nobody is doing that. They just want to go and throw things and say, हमने दे दिया, and their conscience is clear. Sure. I think I feel that your sector is now really in a very good position to help with the economy of this country, because today, the way things are, if people remain hungry, which they will if there's nothing to do, then the country is in real trouble, whatever they might do. So my own feeling is we have to find ways by which everybody can start engaging with things now, and somehow self-sufficiency begins to emerge. It won't be that easy, but it will come as long as we tell people to do the right thing. So if we are talking of the majority of the population and not those, maybe above 20%, I don't know, but if we're talking of the majority of the population, one thing that I very much believe in is training. Now, first, if you take the example of the Pono village, which is my pride today, because for the first time, one bank agreed to give them a 50,000 rupee loan, and that was given to women who had formed the committees. There were 4 committees formed by women and 25 families each. And then 3 women were nominated to have a joint account. But Bank of Punjab kindly, and Zafar is the head, who agreed that they will open the account for them. So every one of my women of the 100 now has an account. They've learned to write, they've learned to sign, and they know how to operate. Out of those, we got 3 in each committee. So there were 4 of them that we each disbursed 12.5 lakhs. Now, before that, we had trained 3 women and 3 men in the way that building has to be done. So, but these women, my committees are the one who disbursed all the money. We've not visited them. It's only through Zoom and remotely that we talk to them. They've done everything themselves. We told them so much money has to be given, so and so the artisan has to be paid so much, and so on. And they're doing it. They've done it themselves. So before the floods came, something like 70 had already been constructed houses. And I mean, the bank has given 50,000. Yes. They were going to, the toilets are almost ready, but not quite built because barish itni tez ho gayi. 30 could not be built, but their structures were ready. So they put them up, and everything got destroyed, but they've at least got shelter because they just put them up. Like, wohi mere shelter ban jata na emergency. The same ones can be taken down afterwards and made into permanent structures. So that's the beauty of this particular. I mean, I don't know. There may be nobody else has worked on this, so I don't know. But I'm sure if people try to work, they might find other solutions. But right now, this is the most economical, the easiest, the fastest, the most that can be controlled easily in terms of its quality. So it has lots of, but we have to train people, and we have to have a whole system of monitoring. Do we get pictures? Kya banaya, kya hua, kya nahi? We don't have to be there, but we can monitor. So I just feel that technology now you have to use it in a big way. You don't have to be everywhere. That's why I think intermediaries are not necessary. You can just directly say, okay, this is it, and how do you do it? And I would suggest that the same template could be used by microfinance banks. कि भाई आप उनसे कहें सबसे फॉर्म करें, help people to make their committees. It didn't take us that long. I said बनाओ, सबने बना दी और 3 को नॉमिनेट कर दिया. उनके सबसे बड़ा बैंक अकाउंट नहीं खोलते गरीबों के. They need bank accounts. Yes. Because even before Bank of Punjab, because we were having talks with them, I told my women, तुम लोग पैसे जमा करना शुरू करो, savings. And they started to save 50 rupees a day. They were saving 1,500 rupees a month. They'd started a couple of months before. Agar ye na aata, they would have been by now they would have been paying back. Yeah. Total devastation.
So that's a huge number.
Huge number. So we have to divide up. People are going back in their old places. First of all, are they livable? अगर कोटीजी में पानी यहाँ तक आया है, अगर आप वहाँ कुछ भी कर देंगे, it'll all finish. Kotigi is completely wiped out. So maybe you need floating, and I've done a floating model which can go up and down. And why can't we have floating, a different way of life where you live on water? There are some societies that do, and you can't dissociate housing from, let's say, if it's rural area, from agriculture. So maybe the different way of growing things. So abhi jo पोनो विलेज का अगर मैं आपको बताऊं कि वहाँ पे जहाँ पे भी पानी हम पहले भी कर चुके हैं, नहर चल रही है, तो आई वी मेक बैम्बू के साथ बड़े मजे की चीज होती है, यू मेक सो मेनी थिंग्स विद वेस्ट मटेरियल. सो वी गॉट दीज panels done with waste bamboo and we call it, ये होता है इसका, ये लैटिस बन जाता है. So it has holes in it. So ये उसमें डाल देते हैं और उसमें मछलियां उन्हें ब्रीड करनी शुरू करती हैं, because you divide up the canal into different sections and each family is responsible for one part and they start, well, I need to get food into their bellies. How will we do it? You can tell your big wigs or whoever, whatever they are, or big shot people, that the people in this country are ready. We have to reach out to them now. And the only thing they need is a little bit of help, a little bit of hand holding, a little bit of training and sharing of knowledge. That's all they need.
Assalamu alaikum and Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So we have seen this and heard how devastating the floods have been. Unfortunately, we have been through COVID and now these floods. The number I saw there was a bit surprising to me because of 5 million housing being damaged. I think the number that we saw, that we have collated so far, is now reaching about 2 million. Which includes houses which have been either partially damaged or fully damaged. So this was a very, very, very huge, large number, which I'm very surprised at. But anyway, the damage has been extremely devastating, of course. We know that roughly about 33 plus million families have been affected by this. 1/3 of the country is pretty much underwater. So the situation is very grave for the country, for all of us, particularly for the microfinance sector, which has a huge exposure with about more than 4,000 branches of microfinance institutions and banks across the country, operating in almost about 140 districts across the country. It is a huge challenge, right? So in that context, I think our discussion is going to lead towards what do we see, how do we see this challenge which is in front of us? Do we convert this into an opportunity in terms of making whatever, whether it is a micro and small enterprises, whether it is low-cost housing, whether it is agriculture, education, all that. Do we turn that into an opportunity by making it much more resilient, by making it much more sustainable going forward, so that we're not faced with these shocks every time something like this happens? So in that context, Jahanzeb, I will ask my first question is to you. Your organization, of course, as a bank, microfinance bank, you have been operating in this sector. How do you see, in your view, how do you see this challenge for the industry, microfinance? How do you see the challenge for micro, small enterprises themselves? And what is your organization in particularly doing about this now?
Assalamu alaikum, everybody, and thank you, Mudassir Saab, for the question. So first of all, actually, I would like to start by saying that I think all of us would agree we are extremely resilient nation and people. So I would start on an optimistic note that I would see an opportunity in this where microfinance banks and MFIs literally own the last mile to these customers who are impacted the most. These 33 million customers and clients who we are talking about, the Pakistanis, these are the clients MFPs and MFIs have been serving for the last 70 years, and that's the target segment which has been our responsibility to bring them out of poverty and alleviate poverty and get them to productive finance. So first of all, I would suggest, I think the quicker the nation moves from rescue relief to rehab, I think the better it would be for us, the industry, as well as the people. I think Pakistanis see a lot of honor and respect, and it's better as people to get them to productive finance versus charity, to get their businesses, small businesses, stood up as quickly as we can so they can be productive. not only they can make enough income for their families, but they can also start to get employment and make employment out of it. So I think moving and leveraging the private sector to move from charity and relief to rehab should be one of our quickest targets at the macro level that we should move towards. And we've seen plenty of advantages of that. In our surveys that we've done at Finca, every loan that we've given has created almost 3 jobs and have supported 3 jobs. So you can combine all the microfinance banks and institutions and see how much productive finance can help stand up the farmers, the small and medium enterprises. And from an opportunity perspective, I think all of us in the MFEs and MFIs already were aware of the MSME sector as a huge blue ocean. And you've seen over the last couple of years the banks moving in that direction to cater to that, because overall only 6 to 7% of the private credit was going to MSME sector. So that's number one. Secondly, in the agri sector, I think the more collaborations and partnerships we start to do in the value chain around, and when I say value chain, is about providing the farmers with low-cost seeds, with low-cost fertilizer, right? That is where we can start to add value. And a lot of banks have started to, and MFEs have started to partner with value chain providers in order to do that. So that becomes productive versus giving them cash. Because ultimately what we've noticed is sometimes cash gets used in an emergency situation on weddings or other, and this situation is going to become even more exorbitant. So it's critical for the MFEs and MFIs to partner with the players in the ecosystem and supply chain, like the Fauji fertilizer, like the Fatma groups, and many other groups that exist, and provide low cost fertilizer and produce, so the farmers can seed for the next crop as soon as possible. That's where we can add value, where we can give them productive finance to stand up their destroyed small shops. That's where we can add value. So I think there's plenty of opportunity. There was already plenty of opportunity before it, and now it's not an option for our sector not to stand up, and for the country not to move towards it.
Thank you for those comments. I think you're absolutely right that we need to move away from the concept, and I think Yasmin Lari, she was also talking about this, away from charity and move towards providing people, giving them support, but giving them support with respect so that they can rebuild their lives. So my next question, Dr. Sonu, is to you. In terms of, I mean, you have had plenty of experience. I know that, we have had these discussions before. With the last floods, you played a key role in your area, and particularly in third district, where a very large number of homes were again damaged and destroyed. And you helped that particular district in terms of rebuilding. These are even much more devastating, these floods, right? And much more destruction has happened. What do you think? What role are you playing? What support do you need? What do you see? How quickly they can be rebuilt? So I'd like you to comment on these areas.
Thank you, Mudassar. I worked in Philadelphia 2010, where we constructed 20,000 houses almost, but that was through charity. And when we do the charity, that means you have a control environment. You have to have a design. You have less freedom for the clients or a beneficiary, because you can't, and they can be only at the receiving end. So I think that is the difference. Whereas we, as a microfinance, we have supported more than 10,000 houses through microfinance. And the good thing about this, the microfinance and this opportunity, where people have a freedom and the choice how they want to build their house and how they want to pay back the loan they have taken. And there's a less of other issues like charity, because charity has some given issues. But coming back to this particular disaster, the disaster is not a normal thing now. Even housing is not a normal thing. it has an opportunity, but it is very, very big scale. And one single option or a single design may not fit into all the geographical areas, because there are different geographical areas and different architect designs or living standards, even the climatic conditions in a different coastal area may have a different kind of architect. The central Sindh may have different, the southern Punjab may have a different kind of setting. And which we must, think that people, they have two kind of an status in the psychology or in their mind. A, the house, the condition of the house. B, the number of the livestock they own. And C, of course, the land. If they have a government service, fair enough. That's a bonus that may be coming. But these three things are their status symbol, their pride. If they don't have a good house, they may not feel good that pride, or that proud of thing. So I think we as a microfinance industry should be looking for how better we can build, how better we can support. There are about 20 million or 2 million houses that are said to be damaged or they need renovations. But see, I have been now coming from Sindh and seeing that people are already going back to the villages. They are sitting on the debris of their damaged houses, taking out whatever stuff that they can take out from the debris, and they have started reconstructing the same thing, which may again damage because there's no help coming in. I think that is the critical point and period where we, as a stakeholder, where the policymakers have to come in. And if they delay, people will have their own whatever shelter, because there's a Rabi season coming in. People will now rehabilitate. People will revive their businesses or a crop, whatever they want to. But before that, they have to ensure that they have the shelter, because the winter season is coming. There are a lot of other issues, mosquitoes and water and all that. But see, the delaying of the involvement or delaying to come forward, making these people help and give them some, kind of a support through microfinance or anything will be a value. Otherwise, we'll be missing the opportunity. So when we talk about the opportunity is bound by the time. There are other issues which we have to face if we have to go into this, support. There will be, big difference between the rural and urban setting, and 95% houses have been damaged in the urban setting, rural setting. So there are different disputes around the land. There are legal issues. There are, hereditary issues. When the family sees the support is coming in, there's a split in the family. So there's a lot of conflicting issues that we have already experienced in the past floods. So, microfinance is not an easy goat to just slaughter it. It's not easy, boat to be on a board. It has to be a very difficult task. You have to have faced this disputed things. We have to have faced this entitlement issue. We have to face this conflicting issue, because family would like to split, because there's an opportunity for them to have a new house. If a family have 4 sons and there may be 2 sons who are married, they say they want to have their own house, but the land is very limited. So I think those issues we have to keep in mind. And then there's an opportunity. And if we have shrunk back to the urban areas, we have to go back to the rural areas if we want to revisit our approach, if we want to go back to the poor clients whose house has been damaged. And there's an opportunity because they would be paying back. And I must say this, out of 10,000 houses, 10,000 plus houses that we supported, 99% is the recovery rate. And 99% is the usage of that money that we advanced. So see, there may be misuse of money in other fields. I can't claim that there's a 100% use. But in housing, yes, need, because it's a pride. So I think there's an opportunity to go back to the rural areas. There's an opportunity to go back to the villages, create connect There is networks available, so we don't have any problem, because all sort of networks, telco networks are there. So there will be a communication, but we have to keep and we have to list all those challenges that some institutions or all institutions have to face. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I just as a follow-up sort of a question in terms, you talked about policy makers taking a decision, a quick decision. What type of support do you need from the government, from the policymakers that you're looking at?
This is the liquidity issue, where this liquidity will come for the housing sector and other sectors as well, because the schools, private schools are damaged, the businesses are damaged, all these things, enterprises are now gone back, particularly the agriculture. See what is happening in the agriculture. There's a land underwater and people are trying to, vacate that land with the water by their own support, but there's no now money lender. The RT is not there. RT is not willing to pay money as an advance as they have been using in the past, because they don't trust that the land will be empty, the crop will come in the time, and they will be recovering back the money they will advance. So there will be a lot of liquidity deficit in the rural areas in particular, and that deficit for the enterprise, that deficit may for the purchase of the livestock, which people will purchase for the next Eid al-Azha, because people always purchase new animal for the Eid al-Azha and say in the 10th month or 11th month before the Eid comes. So there are a lot of opportunities, and all these opportunities has a missing link with the money. The banks are very vigilant, and I would say they may be willing, but their willingness has to be shown. The microfinance institution have to take the risk, because sometimes this risk will pay back. In the sense, if people have a revival of their business and they have a house constructed, if they have cultivated their lands, it's a paying back. So I think we have to take those risks. The institutions have to take risks. The liquidity and the refinances is more important. And without finance, without external debt, nothing is going to happen, because the institution, their own equity or liquidity is very limited. They can't do this big scale things.
Okay, thank you. So we'll come back to this, I think, thought again, because yes, there is going to be a huge requirement of liquidity to support all of this. So, but Abrar, let me ask you, first of all, we'd like to know a little bit of Seed Cred as to what it does, how it is operating. And then are you continuing to lend in this particular environment of floods? And is the pace the same as it was before? In your lending?
Thank you, Mudassir. First of all, let me tell you and the audience that we are a new kid on the block. Nano lending is very new in Pakistan. It's only been there for the last couple of years. And we have been on the scene for the last 1 year only. Before the floods, we were processing about between 12,000 to 15,000 loans a day, aggregating to around roughly 100 million rupees a day. And the average ticket size was about 10,000 rupees, you would say. And these people who were approaching us were from all the geographical locations of Pakistan. However, after the floods, the situation is that although we have not discriminated between the flooded areas and the non-flooded areas, the applicants themselves have basically sort of withdrawn from borrowing. Because I think one of the key elements which they also recognize is the ability to repay. And these are nano loans for a very short period of time, ranging from just 15 days at the minimum to a maximum of 60 to 75 days. So because the cash cycles have been hit very badly for a lot of people, millions of people, so I think they themselves have pulled back from applying for these nano loans. And as a result of that, we have seen definitely a reduction in the number of new disbursements over the last 2 months, particularly. But to answer your question in particular, no, we don't have any discrimination in place or any change in the algorithm which would identify from which area a particular applicant is coming. So we would not block him just because he's coming from a particular flood affected area.
So what about geographically? Is it your operations remain the same?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Because everybody can, it's a digital loan through and through. There is no human hand-holding at any point in time. So all somebody has to do is to download the app, which is available on Google Store, not on iOS at the moment, not on Apple Store at the moment. But after the app is opened up and you register yourself, the app itself takes you till the end of the loan cycle. And within 15 minutes, the loan is dispersed into your account, any account with any bank or Jazz Cash or EasyPaisa or wherever you have your account. In 15 minutes, you get the money. So no, we still continue to be open for operation and business for all Pakistan without discrimination.
That's certainly good news and good to hear, because these people certainly require that people stay and continue to provide that support that as they were doing earlier, or even more now in this environment. Let me, before I come to you, Rizwana, let me just ask Amreen Malik, who's from U Microfinance Bank and has been looking as the Chief Business and Digital Officer for U Bank. What, in your view, and in case of U Microfinance Bank, what have you done, particularly on the front of to push this low-cost housing? I think you have been playing a role there as well. So, what has your organization done? And now there's a need, huge requirement, as we know. So, can you share your experience there in terms of the low-cost housing?
Sure,
And
thank you.
even in rehabilitation efforts, and if there is any which has started so far.
Okay, so thank you for the question. I think before I answer that question, I would like to go back on the subject of resilience and make a few comments on resilience first. You don't wake up and become resilient the next day. It's a long process. And in order for the institutions to support people who are going through the disasters right now, you have to be a strong team and a strong institution where you can be in a position where you can help. Somebody wise said to me a few years ago, you have to put on your mask first. So are we in a position as an industry to build resilient institutions first? Are we building resilient institutions? That's the first question that I ask myself. When we are talking about resilience, I think, like Sonu Saab said a little while ago, these disasters, we move from one to the other. This is not the first that we have seen, and this is clearly not the last one. So while we plan to build resilience, we need to now understand that these things will come at our door probably every year or every alternative year. So when we are planning for our budgets, when we're planning for our strategies, we need to know that this risk is going to come and knock us off the course almost every year. Now, this is where you talk about the mitigation that needs to be built in the form of resilience. This will happen. This will happen to our customers. None of us anticipated. We thought, honestly speaking, when we were planning in the first quarter, that it was supposed to be a very dry year. And we were planning for, situations which would lead to khushk sali maybe. But lo and behold, look what happened. 8 weeks of rains came and hit us from nowhere. Isse pehle there was locust. Isse pehle there was COVID. So we have to understand that these things will keep coming, and we need to have permanent measures in place and be ready to support and help our customer, not as charity, but as business as usual. We are the fourth most, vulnerable nation in terms of climate change, and this is going to keep coming back towards us. In terms of what we are doing for our own customer, when the floods came in, the entire management team was actually on the road. So whatever you saw on television, we saw it from the windows of our cars. I have to say what we saw in Sindh and what we saw in Rajanpur and Dajjal and all those places, what you see on television, it's far worse than what you see. Ek to ye. Dusra, we need to understand that we need to continue to service the customer who is sitting in these areas. We cannot close our shops and say that, we will not service you because your agricultural land is underwater. So the innovation in products is very important at this point in time. What are alternative products which are available? So we are still servicing the customers, but we have changed the kind of products that were offered there. As soon as the land is becoming available for cultivation, we are available for financing. But so many other things are available. We see there is a need for, now that these areas are off the grid in terms of electricity, the solar financing. These homes need ability to get generators where they can drain water, and they can find spaces where they can find dry lands, and they can actually rebuild their own homes. So these are few products that I'm naming, whether they are solar, whether they are salary, whether they are pension, or anything else that can help them at this point in time. But we need to be ready that as the water recedes, land becomes available, we need to be there, and we need to assist them in whatever way we can. And apart from that, there are other products which are available, especially we have been talking about insurance since last 2 days as well. Medical insurance at this point in time is very, very critical. We talk about rehabilitation, and we've been talking about housing, but we forget that in peacetime, we have 26 million children who are out of school. And in wartime, we are still waiting for us to get that number, that how many children are out of school. And they deal with this trauma of not being in school. So the school financing also is, at this point in time, is so critical to rehabilitation. So we have to actually think about a whole spectrum of problem solving, not just housing. Housing is just one part, whether it is the medical insurance, whether it is the schooling, whether it is the housing, and then rehabilitation in terms of bringing people back to livelihood. So 4 to 5 areas are where we are focusing with various products, and hoping that more and more players will come in and be generous. And one thing that I want to kind of add on in terms of what Sonu Sabat again said, we have to become a little lenient when we are dealing in these particular areas. Whether it is the structures that we are financing when it comes to housing, because we need to now go back to the drawing board and look at how we were financing these homes, because the current forms of homes are not working when the disaster hits. So whether it is like Yasmin Lari said, a floating home we're talking about, it's a completely new thing for me to think about. For product teams to think about floating home, we're going to fund a floating home. But here we are. When you go to those places, you see, those electricity pylons, which have these big space between the concrete structure. They've been built on the floodplains to make sure the water goes through them when it comes. Did we think about that? No, we didn't. So these are the things that we have to think about going forward, and put that in our product designs and our strategy to build resilience organizations which can help the customers in these troubling times. These troubling times are going to knock on our doors quite frequently, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it may not be the politically right thing to say, but I'll say it anyway. So, we used to, some years ago, floods used to be there in Bangladesh, for example, every second to third year, right? And every second, third year, they would go through the same catastrophe happening with, loss of lives, livelihoods, everything. And we'd say, why don't they learn? These things happen every second, third year. So why don't they learn? Why don't they do things which are so people can don't get affected as much, and build things which are actually resilient? We are faced with the same issue now, right? So I think we would need to have the policymakers, not just the policymakers, but private sector plays a key role here, right? So these types of homes, but I mean, what Yasmin Lari was saying, of course, it will require both individuals. I mean, if you're talking about 2 million homes, it will require people to help themselves. As you were saying, that if this sort of technique works, if people build it themselves. So you cannot have this done on a mass scale by developers or so on and so forth. That will not work. So if those skill set would need to be transferred, training would need to be provided. So part of it would need to be done by themselves, part will need to be done by developers and builders, part with support of the government and so on. So I think all of that needs to happen, but it is that we still have time because the water is still there. As it recedes and people go back. In this time frame, we need to take these decisions and get everybody together to so that when the water is actually receded, then we can quickly rebuild their lives. So it's absolutely important. Let me ask Kashif. I think we have had, particularly on the low-cost housing, since you were talking about earlier, and these HPL Microfinance Bank has played a major role in the MPMG program, which the government had.
Yes.
You have disbursed, I think you are one of the leading and even far ahead of maybe some of the bigger, larger commercial banks, disbursing about 7 billion or odd, and maybe 6,000 plus customers. How has your customer base been affected with these floods? Are you in touch with them? Are you following up with them? Are they repaying? So what's happening? I mean, because you've taken such a large exposure already. So we would like to hear a little bit about that. So.
Thank you, Mudassir Saab, and Assalamu alaikum to you all. Basically, yes, we take in, pride in this, that we are the market leaders in terms of housing finance. And you have rightly mentioned that we have done a great portfolio in the government subsidy scheme. But I would also like to inform the House that we have, other than GMSS or government subsidy scheme, we have disbursed about 17 billion loan in total, including GMSS, to about 30,000 customers. So that is a big number. And what we have been doing this finance quite earlier. Say at least 10 years ago, we started this product, and we started with different innovations, and we continued different modifications in the product. And by that time, we have acquired a status, and our infrastructure was ready for GMSS. So ultimately, we were ready when it was launched, and we took full benefit of it. One of the important component that Ms. Amreen has already mentioned about, that all products are important, but I would stress that this component is much more, riskier, as it is a longer term loan. And practically all the portfolio that is about for one cycle, maybe 1 year or 2 year, and maximum 3 years. But these loans are particularly for 15 to 20 years. So your exposure, you have committed yourself with the client for about 15 to 20 years. So that is the reason this portfolio is particularly important to us. Another important point is that the housing finance has been our main mission, because ultimately this is a basic need for the microfinance segment, because they are not able to build their homes and their dream. With regard to flood impact, in fact, we have made some initial assessments to the product, to the regions where we have been hit by the floods. We are widely present in Baluchistan, Sindh, and South Punjab, where mainly the flood have impacted these houses. As you have rightly said, some are fully damaged and some are partially damaged. When I say partially damaged, it means their walls have broken down, their floors have been dismantled, their fixtures have been dismantled. So all these customers are reaching out to us for enhancement. And that is, the challenge for us, because now they are good clients. They have been paying very well. I agree to Sonu Saab, who said that they are a 90%, 99% regular customers. But as a matter of fact, we have given them loans, long-term loans, after assessing their repayment capacity, or maybe we also consider the debt burden ratio of their capacity in order to measure how they can pay back their loans. So now they are reaching out to us for enhancement in limits. And for that matter, that is a challenge for us, how to, especially those customers who have damaged their houses partially. And we are making some modifications, or we are revamping our product in order to see how we can entertain those customers. We are also into negotiations with the regulator as well as IFC and different market players. Also, we would be contacting you also in this regard. That one thing that we are stressing upon under the current scenario when the government has not a fiscal space available, so all such customer need some regulatory or governmental support in terms of credit guarantee. So there is a dire need for a credit guarantee, especially for those people who need additional financing and they had a very good financial behavior earlier. Another important point that I would like to stress upon is the communication has to be very careful. So if any subsidy or any scheme is under consideration by the government authorities, that has to be handled very carefully because it has it has a one of the jeopardy that it can create a distortion in the credit discipline of the overall masses. There have been different discussions during last 2-3 days about different solutions in terms of climatic resilience products, some credit guarantee schemes, disaster management funds. All these suggestions are very important to be noted by the policymakers, and hope we shall definitely get some solutions out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kashif. And yes, I think communication in these such times is absolutely essential for all segments, including the government, so people know what exactly is happening and so they can maintain some hope that they'll get this type of support from both the government and the private sector. Talking about the government, we have Rizwana Siddiqui here, who's a DG at the Privatization Commission at the Government of Pakistan. Taking advantage of this, Rizwana, can you tell us a little bit about how the government and the Privatization Commission can, or what type of support can come in? You have institutions like which are in the public sector, like HPFC is there, which is house building, which deals in low-cost housing. You have the SME Bank, which is especially designed for small and medium enterprises. You have banks like First Women Bank, which is deals with only women clientele. How and these institutions have been in the government and have not really been able to very effectively play the role that they were set up for. So what can be done? How can you provide support and help in low-cost housing, and then maybe also taking it forward to micro, small enterprise sector, and maybe women inclusion, financial inclusion particularly?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, on behalf of Privatization Commission, I would like to thank MFN, Microfinance Network, for giving us an opportunity to share what we have, and that has some synergy with the theme that you are holding this session. Primarily focus on rehabilitation and housing needs of low-income sector group. Before I share what we have in this regard, I would like to introduce you with the Privatization Commission mandate. As you said that some of the institutions that are under government control, they are not working as per their desired or intended objective. And this is precisely the reason that Privatization Commission reflects the intent of the government to come out of the businesses of managing commercial businesses and play a role of policy making and regulation. So that's why we are not just privatizing the state-owned enterprises in the banking and financial sector, but we are also privatizing some other entities, utility companies, GenCos, DISCOs. I'm primarily heading the division of Privatization Commission that deals with divestment and privatization in the banking sector. So we have a very fair, competitive and structured process through which we privatize state-owned entities, and we basically intend to bring in the private sector efficiencies into managing those businesses. First, we hire financial advisor that takes care of the entire transaction, and then they formulate the transaction structure, which is then approved by the federal cabinet. Transaction structure has all those elements which make the SOE more attractive to the potential buyers. And once the transaction structure is approved, then marketing phase starts, inviting expression of interest, and then floating statement of qualification, and then receiving, and then pre-qualifying the potential investors, opening the virtual data room, and then negotiating and the bidding process. So it's after marketing, it takes about 6 months, depending upon the nature and complexity of this state-owned enterprise that we are selling. So while we received an offer from the MFN, we have had an internal deliberation amongst ourselves to find out what is the synergy with this conference theme. And we have 3 such entities on our list available that have some synergy with not just the microcredits, with the low income growth, but also the housing needs, because Pakistan is a country with highest percentage of youth population. 64, as per UNDP report, 64% of our population is below the age of 30, and out of that 64%, 53% is in the working group bracket. So it means that there is a huge potential for housing needs of those people who are basically in the earning bracket. We have a house building finance. We have recently re-advertised to invite more investors in the competition. House building finance corporation. We have First Women Bank on our plate as well, and then SME Bank. So the niche of HBFCL is the only DFI in the public sector which has a focus on low and middle income group. It has a wide network, 51 branches spread all over Pakistan. And the transaction structure that the FA has proposed and we have gotten approved is once any party that acquires HBFC with management control between 51% to 100%, we can even divest 100% of HBFCL. They can focus 70% of their lending towards the housing sector and 30% to the commercial financing of a small and medium businesses. So this offer is open, and anybody who is interested in creating this challenge into opportunity, the challenge of housing that we have faced with, not just because of the youth bulge, but also because of the flood that has caused, they are welcome to participate in the submitting their EOI and then later on contesting as a single party or as a consortium. The second thing that we will be offering sometimes next year, in the first quarter of next year, is First Women Bank. First Women Bank has a special focus on women entrepreneurs. So, and because it is focused on the women entrepreneurs pursuing small businesses, large businesses, there is no restriction on just micro financing to the women folk, but any women business owner who has a large portfolio, they can also apply for loans. Although I was told that the percentage of women lending is not that much through FWBL. So we will be offering this bank sometimes in the first quarter of 2023. And one of the advantage of acquiring this bank is that the capital adequacy requirement is much lower, and currently State Bank is not offering commercial banking licenses. So whosoever acquires, they have an opportunity to do micro lending, to do SME lending to the women, not just to the women. It's not restricted to the women businesses only. They can do lending to the other businesses as well. And the third thing that we have offered is SME Bank. SME Bank is focused primarily towards the small and medium enterprises needs, but there is no specific restriction. They have to do lending, 60% of lending in that sector and 40% to the other sectors as well. So मैं end में यही कहना चाहूँगी कि anybody who acquires house building finance, they have great opportunity, वो इसमें apply करें. और इसको एक्वायर करें और उस शेयर पर अमल करें कि करेंगे अहले नज़र ताज़ा बस्तियां आबाद।
Thank you so much. I think, yes, one of the key reasons, I think, and you mentioned this, the government was not able to sell these or privatize these because they were very specialized institutions, right? So while it's a good thing to have specialization in one area, but as an institution, I think if you are just reliant on only a single product, we are same. So it becomes very, very challenging for you to operate because that is your only line of business. So it's good to know that you have allowed that even the First Women Bank can go into not just women but other businesses as well, male businesses. Similarly, SME Bank can do a variety of things other than SMEs. And similarly, HPFC can also probably post privatization engage in other businesses as well. So that's key to, I think, will be an important factor in its sale transactions. So thank you. Let me come back to you, Jahazeb. I think we have talked about a lot about resilience and in rehabilitation efforts. So how is your organization? I mean, how do you look at, for example, even so when we talk about resilience, we talk about things which are, for example, in energy. So renewable energy will give you that sort of resilience. Green housing and green sort of efforts can make a difference. Solutions can make a difference. So what is your organization doing or has done, which provides this type of resilience going forward?
So first of all, I think diversification of products, like Amreen also mentioned, is going to be critical for the industry, and we are diversifying products which a more enhanced set of products which are in some way or form collateralized also to improve the behavior of the customer as well. Because these are new customers who we are basically, the intention is that we bring them into the financial literacy and then graduate them over time, right? So it's critical, and we are introducing those products quite actively, and so are some of the others. The other critical thing I think for us that FinCa has been focused on is the digitization of the back office. I think almost every institution is offering now an app or a mobile app or some channel of reaching the customer, but the back office, I think there's a huge opportunity in Pakistan in the institutions to digitize the back office. And the reason I'm saying that is because that helps reduce our cost, and ultimately we can pass that benefit on to the customer. And that's where over the last year or so, when inflation has been skyrocketing, we've been either keeping our rates stagnant in certain cases or only increasing a percentage point versus the 7% KIBOR, which has gone up. So I think it's going to be critical for the institutions, because this is a cycle now we've seen in Pakistan. Every 3 years or 4 years, the cycle of interest rates go up and down. And the only way that an organization can become resilient, especially microfinance banks and institutions, that we are held responsible for passing on a very high cost. And the reason is, one is that we need to have a lot of feet on the ground. So I think a lot of people think that we can operate without feet on the ground. I think Pakistan is not ready for that yet, right? Over time, hopefully we'll get there. So it's a mix of tech and touch. So when there's touch, the cost is high. But where we can reduce costs is on the back office operations, where we can digitize and pass on the benefit. And you are seeing the organizations move in that direction, where there is a change of model. And I think every CEO that you'll talk to will talk about how they're redefining the business model of microfinance bank and MFIs over the last couple of years. And that's where it's diversification of products, is back office digitization, and ultimately passing that benefit on, most critically, to the customer.
Just quickly, I think for my own, I think curiosity also, there's always been this talk about cost of delivery of microfinance has been very high, right? And you said that while all digital cannot happen in Pakistan, at least for now, and you need that human touch, you need feet on the ground, and that increases the cost. So how do you think going forward? Because I mean, we need to ultimately bring these services, have much more financial inclusion, bring it across the country. go further down market. All that requires delivery of services of that type, plus lower cost also. So that's a big challenge. So how do you think that can be addressed?
So a couple of things. Again, delivery of services, for example, us at Finca and many others have provided tablets to our field officers, which help increase the productivity, right? So less people are required to reach out to more customers and the application process is quicker. So we take pride in our tats as an example, right? So that's one. Secondly, of course, we got to realize a lot of people talk about iOS, Google, and more, and applications. These customers don't have smartphones yet. Hopefully, in 5 years they'll get there. So avenues to get them on feature phones via like the Sun mobile account are good things, but it will take time. On the women side, which is untapped, 49% of our population with 7% inclusion. We cannot become economically vibrant when almost 40% of our adult population on the women's side is untapped completely and are not participating in the economy. And that's where the culture, we have to break the culture barrier. And that's where we are focusing on women inclusion quite a bit also and trying to break that barrier. And it's not easy. And it hasn't been done in Pakistan. So I think there are many ways of enabling our employees and customers with ease of business, ease of paying their installments, ease of application via automation. Let's not call it even digitization. I think we make it a word as if it's just pure mobile channel. It's digitization and automation that needs to happen behind the scenes, which we are actively working, and so are others. And now credit scores are being actively used, or we are talking about now nano, which nobody knew of 3 years ago, right? So these are all diversification of products helping the customer of different segments.
Thank you so much, Jazeb. This is very enlightening. I think same question to an extent, and particularly related to women participation. How can you, and what Sardeep is doing, I mean, you have a very large, I understand that you have a large ratio of women borrowers as well. But it's not just the women borrowers, but how do you actually include them more in terms of empowerment, giving them not just loans, but house ownerships, savings, getting them involved in businesses, and so on and so forth. So what is your organization doing with more and more inclusion for women?
मतलब साहब देखिए, इससे पहले जितना हमने काम किया उसमें 70% तो वुमेन पार्टिसिपेशन है, और अगर हाउसिंग की बात करें तो उनकी इंटाइटलमेंट पे हुआ है ये काम। मैं इससे हटके जरा दूसरी बात करता हूँ। देखें, ये जो अपॉर्चुनिटी है ना, 33 मिलियन लोगों की बात कर रहे हैं, 20 मिलियन हाउसेस की बात कर रहे हैं, इट्स नॉट अपॉर्चुनिटी ओनली फॉर वन सिंगल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन या थरदीप के लिए। ये तो बैंकर के लिए भी अपॉर्चुनिटी है, ये माइक्रो फाइनेंस बैंक के लिए है कि उनके लिए नए क्लाइंट्स आएंगे, अकाउंट्स नए खुल जाएंगे, जीरो अकाउंट्स खुल जाएंगे। मेरे ख्याल में दिस इज अ बिग अपॉर्चुनिटी टू गो बैक टू द रूरल कम्युनिटी एंड वर्क विद द वुमेन। जो आज इस सूरत हाल में हमारा तजुर्बा ये कहता है, और हमने ये काम करके देखा है, द वुमेन आर मोर प्रोएक्टिव, दे आर मोर एक्टिव टू पार्टिसिपेट, they are willing to take the risk, particularly when housing, livestock, these two elements, when these two products, when somebody is there to offer or support. तो ये बहुत बड़ी एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है। और थरदीप हमारा इस वक्त भी 60-70% क्लाइंट खवातीन हैं, और हम समझते हैं कि इसमें एंटरप्राइज भी शामिल हो सकती है और बड़े पैमाने पे शामिल हो सकती है। लोग, खवातीन का घरों में भी बिजनेस है आजकल। बहुत सारी ऐसी ज़रूरियातें हैं जो खवातीन पूरे महल्ले की, पूरे गांव की या अड़ोस पड़ोस की ज़रूरत पूरी करती। आई थिंक वी नीड टू मोबिलाइज देम। एक चीज जो दूसरा चैलेंज आएगा हमें, देखें, मैं एक कैलकुलेशन कर रहा था किसी के साथ बैठ के कि स्केल इतना बड़ा है, अगर आपको शेयर भी मिल जाए हाउसिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन का और लिक्विडिटी का बंदोबस्त हो जाए, तो इट विल नॉट बी लेस देन 60,000 यूनिट्स पर ईयर। आर वी विलिंग टू डू दैट? डू वी हैव द कैपेसिटी टू फुलफिल दैट प्रॉमिस or fulfill that need? I think that's more important. So we have to build our capacity to mobilize the women, We have to build our capacity to reach to 60,000 households minimum. If that's not the case, I think then there will be a drop in the ocean.
Thank you, Dr. Sonu. On the same similar lines, right, for women inclusion and participation, how, Abrar, do you think is nano credit or digital playing a role there? Do you think that it's going to include more participation by women? Do you think they are much more maybe familiar with the technology than men are in these areas? And how is that experience with your organization?
Gee, definitely. You see, before I answer your question directly, let me digress just a little bit and come to what Janzev was actually saying, that not everybody has a smartphone today. And to be able to reach out to the people who are affected by the floods, the banks, mainstream banks, they have to rely on alternative means, and they have to serve people through feature phones. And I'm very happy and proud of the fact that in my previous organization, which I was heading, VRG, we have created the entire backbone for the Asan mobile account technological platform. So today, anybody in Pakistan can just dial *2262# and access the banking services of all these banks here. So that's one thing which is already there. So building on that, I think today now, through our organization, in the last 1 year, it will come as news to a lot of people. We have already served 2 million borrowers, and we have disbursed aggregate of 18.5 billion rupees of loans. And you will be very thrilled to know that 30% of these constitute women. Yes, and this percentage is, on a lighter note, higher than what the banking industry's female borrowing percentage is. So even in our workforce, we employ 1,000 people. 53% of those are females. So what we have found through our experience is that female borrowers are much more responsible in not only utilizing the funds they borrow, but they're also more responsible in timely repayment of the loans. So we definitely encourage the female borrowers to come and apply for those loans, and we are continuing to support the female empowerment through the financial means and money in their pockets. So yes, we are very much there, and we will continue to play a very strong role in this.
And thank you. That's great to know. I think yes, some exciting news that you have done so much and so much women participation. I think we should maybe we are running out of time, so let's move to Q&A for the audiences if you have any burning questions.
Thank you so much, Mudassir Saab. So as I'd just like to make a request, can you please keep your questions brief? And I'm going to take 2 questions together, and then we'll bring them back to the panel. So we'll start with Shaista, yes.
So I have 2 questions, and I perhaps like to the banks that are represented here, UBank and FinCA particularly, is one, you talked, Janzev Saab talked a lot about automation and backend. And that's all well and good. I think what I'd like to know is how do you anticipate, or when do you anticipate that the service is actually going to become a pull service? Because when it's a pull service, that's when your digital channels really kick in and are able to kind of serve the customer. That's one aspect. I'd like to know your view, and I'd like Amreen's view on that as well. That's one question. And the second question is that we talk about time, and there's a journey towards digitization, and I understand that, but we also heard that State Bank is on the verge of digital licenses. So that's coming up pretty soon, and their model is completely digital. So there, do you see that as a threat to the existing bricks and mortar structure that you guys talk about, that it's going to be very hybrid for a long while now? So how does that feel?
Great, thank you. We're just going to take one more question before we come to the panel. There's a question right there, if you could. Or there's one with Sadaf, and Sadaf, if you can keep it brief, we'll be able to take one from the back, and we'll only be taking 3. There's an entire session on digitalization after this, Abru Saab, so if you could hold on to your question till that time, I'd be very happy. Thank you so much. So Sadaf and then the lady at the back.
Okay, so I'd love to hear from the panel in terms of, we know that basic digital literacy is a really important base for accessing financial services and for us to accelerate the pace. So what are you doing within your organizations? Because we know women may have smartphones, but they don't know how to use it. And secondly, those who don't have smartphones, how are you promoting access to smartphones at affordable rates?
Thanks, Sadaf. And let's just take the last question back there, please. The lady at the back. Jaldi, jaldi, jaldi.
Yeah, thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. I am from U Microfinance Bank. I have a question from the experts which are sitting here. I want to talk about the low-cost housing on which the entire industry is working. Basically, what I see is, in fact, all of us see is that the primary security which is acceptable for the mortgage in the industry, which is acceptable in the industry, is mortgage only. So I would like to ask you that what other kind of securities can we promote in the industry which could help with the low-cost housing? Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So I think, Janzeb, the first question is to you on when do you think and when do you anticipate full digital? So maybe Janzeb and Ambreen, you could address that. On the basic literacy and what are your institutions doing to do that? Maybe we could go to SeedCred since we are doing full digital. So how do you address that, especially since you have 30% women? And then maybe Mudassir Saab, this question is for you and Dr. Sonu. What are the other securities that we have for mortgages? On the second question that you have in Journey of Digitization, we'll hold on to that. We have an entire session on Journey of Digitization, which is being hosted by Noreen. So that's right after. So thank you.
Okay, so Shasta, thank you for that. And I'll try to be as brief as I can so we can spend a couple of hours discussing this. Recently, we actually learned a new word called phygital. And UBank is a team. आप देखते हैं कि हम ज़्यादातर रोड पे पाए जाते हैं. We are very clear कि ये दोनों चीज़ें hand in hand होंगी. पाकिस्तान इस वक्त एक जर्नी से गुजर रहा है, हमारा कस्टमर एक जर्नी से गुजर रहा है, और इस जर्नी को जहाँ तक हम ले जाना चाहते हैं अभी शायद उसको 7 से 10 साल लगें. सो ये ऐसा कतई नहीं है. आई थिंक एक वो अस वर्सेस देम कॉन्वर्सेशन शुरू हो जाती है जहाँ पे एक टीम फिजिकल होती है और एक टीम डिजिटल होती है, और समझा ये जाता है कि डिजिटल होगा तो फिजिकल नहीं होगा और फिजिकल होगा तो इसका मतलब है कि ये डायनासोर्स हैं. ऐसा कतई नहीं है. सो व्हाट वी आर डूइंग ट्राइंग टू डू हियर एट यू बैंक राइट नाउ इज कम अप विद ए हाइब्रिड मॉडल जहाँ पे दोनों चीजें मीट हाफ वे टिल द टाइम वी एज अ नेशन गेट रेडी टू बिकम फुली डिजिटल. अब इसमें डिपेंडेंसीज हैं बहुत सारी. आप जिस वक्त इस्लामाबाद, लाहौर, कराची से बाहर निकलते हैं तो 50 किलोमीटर के बाद आपका 3G 4G बंद हो जाता है. सो आई होप आई कैन से दिस विदाउट अपसेटिंग माय टेलीकॉम फ्रेंड्स. एक तो ये प्रॉब्लम है कि आपको टाइम चाहिए डिजिटल रेल रोड्स को डेवलप करने के लिए, और वो सिर्फ बैंक्स नहीं कर सकते, उसके साथ बाकी पार्टनर्स हैं जो उनका काम है जो वो कर रहे हैं और हम उस पर रिलाई कर रहे हैं. एक तो ये चीज़ है. दूसरा इसमें कुछ इस तरह की चीज़ें हैं कि as we do all of this and we talk about including women into it, social issues के बारे में बात करना और देखना भी ज़रूरी है. हम ये देखते हैं, आपकी बात encouraging लगी ब्रार साहब, लेकिन जो मेरे पास डेटा आता है वो ये आता है कि हमारी ख़वातीन are not really that much at liberty to even hold mobile phones. एक फैमिली में एक फ़ोन होता है जो शेयर होता है सब लोगों के दरमियान, और औरतों को कुछ देर के लिए फ़ोन दिया जाता है. सो ये एक बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम इस तरीके से है कि क्या फ़ोन की ओनरशिप विच समहाउ इज लिंक्ड टू द सोशल इश्यूज, उस इशू को डिस्कस करना बहुत ज़रूरी है और इस इशू को एड्रेस करना ज़रूरी है. तो समहाउ इट ऑल्सो काइंड ऑफ answers your question that providing mobile phones to the women eventually ends up providing mobile phones to the households, जहाँ पे again वो mobile phones जो हैं वो मर्दों की custody में चले जाते हैं, because of course women ओनरशिप के तहत वो मर्द जो हैं वो चाहते हैं कि उनके पास रहे. सो ये एक चैलेंज है. सो डिजिटाइजेशन में वन स्टेप एट अ टाइम, जो जिस तरह जाजेब ने कहा कि हम भी कुछ इस तरह की चीज़ें कर रहे हैं. कल कबीर ने भी उसके बारे में बात की. हम एक बॉट बना रहे हैं. हम चाह रहे हैं कि हम ऑटोमेशन और डिजिटाइजेशन को हैंड इन हैंड लेकर चलें. टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेटफॉर्म्स में इन्वेस्टमेंट हो रही है. जो पुराने तरीके से काम करते थे, वी आर लेटिंग गो ऑफ दैट रिक्वायर्स अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम एंड अ लॉट ऑफ कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट एज वेल. सो हमारे एंड पे जो चीज़ें फास्ट फॉरवर्ड हो सकती हैं वो बिल्कुल हो रही हैं, बट जो को डिपेंडेंसीज हैं उनके बारे में ख्याल रखना ज़रूरी है, उनको एड्रेस करना ज़रूरी है. और लास्ट माइल पे फॉर नाउ we are very sure we need to keep servicing. हम 6 हफ्ते पहले नगर पार्कर में एक ब्रांच खोल के आए हैं, वो इंडिया के बॉर्डर से कोई 25 या 20 किलोमीटर है, रन ऑफ कच्छ के एरिया में है। और हम जब आखिरी चौकी के पास से गुजरे, वहाँ पे जो रेंजर्स थे उन्होंने हमें कहा जी द नियरेस्ट ATM इज 81 किलोमीटर्स, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर पुटिंग एन ATM हियर, एटलीस्ट हम अपनी तनख्वाहें यहाँ से आसानी से निकाल सकते हैं। तो दोनों चीज़ें साथ साथ होती रहेंगी, जो हमें अपने लोगों को सर्विसेज लास्ट माइल पे देनी है विद अ ब्रांच एंड डिजिटाइजेशन हैंड इन हैंड होती रहेगी। जो खवातीन की लिटरेसी की बात है वो सोशल इश्यूज उनमें इंक्लूडेड हैं, बट हमारा अपना विजन और मिशन ये है कि हम जितनी खवातीन को एजुकेट कर सकते हैं थ्रू पार्टनरशिप्स, थ्रू ब्रिंगिंग इन पार्टनर्स जो इस फेयर को हमसे थोड़ा सा बेहतर जानते हैं, उनके थ्रू हम अपने लोगों को, अपने कस्टमर्स को एजुकेट करते रहेंगे और इनोवेटिव प्रोडक्ट्स उन तक पहुंचाते रहेंगे। सो दैट्स 2 bits from my side.
Quick comment on the digital banks. As we speak, I don't think they're going to be a threat. Over time, they will become if the incumbents don't move in that direction. That's number one. Secondly, I think it's important because they will lift the mindset of the rest of the organization and incumbents also. We will be forced to lift our game to stay relevant to the digital banks. So I think it's a great move right now. Just like EMIs came into play, I think this is a very timely move. It's going to lift the spirit of the entire industry to move up their game on the digital side.
A bit on the financial education quickly, Abrar sir.
Ji, I'll make just a note. I really wish that BISP had been here today, because what I feel is that through this crisis, there's an opportunity. And if we jointly work on a platform or a kind of a plan to uplift a lot of these people from grounds up, BISP has a role to play. Why? Because it is already involved in an unconditional cash transfer. So now I think Pakistan is ready for a slightly conditional cash transfer. You give out the money with an objective that they should fulfill. So once that is there, bringing the technology to fill the requirement is never a problem.
Thank you. And Dr. Sonu and Mudassar on the mortgage creation and the issues.
थैंक यू। मैं समझता हूँ कि मैं जो MFI हैं वो हम मार्गेज तो नहीं करते, हम टेंजिबल सिक्योरिटी जरूर लेते हैं। तो ये मार्गेज फ्री हाउसिंग लोन है जिसकी हमने लिबर्टी ली हुई है अपने फिनेंशियर से भी जो यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं। दूसरी चीज जो मेरे ख्याल में जो डिजिटल लिटरेसी की बात हो रही है खवातीन की, देखें ये जो डिजिटल लिटरेसी है इसने ये जैसे ही फोन आए, फीचर फोन आए, एंड्रॉयड आए, जो भी आए, इसने पाकिस्तान की लिटरेसी को बेहतर कर दिया है। बच्चे से लेके बूढ़े तक उन्होंने सीख लिया। मैं आपको एक छोटा सा मिसाल देता हूँ। मेरे गांव में एक खातून है या कुछ खातून है जो लकड़ियां पकड़ के जंगल से गांव में शहर में बेचती हैं। वो बिल्कुल ही पढ़ी हुई नहीं है, लेकिन उनके पास जो फोन है उसमें उन्होंने वो चाइनीज प्रोवर्ब टाइप इस तरह के निशान बनाए हुए हैं कि इसका नंबर, ये लकड़ी लेने वाला है, ये लकड़ी देने वाला है, ये पानी वाला है, ये फलां वाला है। दे नो ईच एंड एवरीथिंग ऑन देयर फोन। उनको कॉल भी कर सकती हैं, उससे बिजनेस भी कर रही हैं। तो मेरे ख्याल में ये जो इक्विपमेंट है, ये जो फैसिलिटी है, ये इन्फोर्स कर रही है, खुद ही लोग लर्न कर रहे हैं। हमारा इसमें फैसिलिटेशन ये है कि अगर ये हो तो आप देखें कि बहुत सारे BISP का एग्जाम्पल लिया गया। तो फाइनेंशियल ये जो डिजिटल लिटरेसी है ये एक गिवन चीज है जो कि हो रही है, हम तो उसमें छोटे से फैसिलिटेटर हैं।
Thank you so much, Dr. Sonu. And I'm going to have to close the session. I'm really sorry, Amreen. So can we please have the mementos? Mudassir Saab, if you could just step forward. And
I'd just like to say a few comments just in terms of summarizing the session. I think it's been an excellent discussion and I think a lot of insights have come. A few of the key things that I thought were important just to highlight, so I'll just highlight those. I think it is important that now one of the things that came out that we need to move quickly away from relief efforts and move towards rehabilitation and rebuilding. That's a major requirement, and as quickly as soon as we take those decisions, how to do that, I think that'll help the nation to recover very quickly. Number two was that, of course, there is going to be a huge fiscal requirement to rebuild. There is a liquidity crunch, as Dr. Sonu also said. But we need to move away from charity, and we need to get private sector, leverage the private sector, and the institutions themselves need to play a role here in taking the risk. So that is important because financial institutions are in the business of taking risk. If they don't do that, then they're not doing their job, right? So it's important that these institutions themselves need to come forward and start playing that role. And lastly, I'll just make one point is in terms of innovation and diversification. So as we move forward to bring in more resilience into this and sustainability, we need to look at how we can come and bring out more innovation, both in terms of delivery of services and in terms of products. So diversification and innovation is key. So with that, I think let's
Thank
just
you.
close the session, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. So Mudassir Sahab, I'd like you to just come ahead, and for the rest of the panel to keep seated, we're just going to give you mementos. If we can start the first memento and hand it over to Tobias, who was just here and is no longer here. So let's move on to Jan Zaib Sahab from FinTech. Dr. Sonu from Tardeep. Abrar Saab from Seedcred. Madam Rizwana. Kashif Zafar Saab. And Amreen. And if I could ask Sadaf to please come on stage and hand over a memento to Mudassir Saab for his excellent chairing of the session. I also would like to inform everyone that Umar Saab from Easy Pesa could not join us, unfortunately, because he has dengue and, so he could not be here. But we've missed his contributions. And if we can have a group photo with all of the panelists, and Sadaf, if you could also stay on stage for the group photo. Just a group photo. Thank you so much, esteemed panel. So the conversation that we'd been having, it was covering a lot of things. It was covering credit, it was covering digital, but there was a lot of talk about rehabilitation and housing, and which gives us a very good segue into the next session, which is a lightning talk. We have, of course, Mr. Zafar Masood, who is the president of the CEO and the CEO of the Bank of Punjab, who is joining us. And he'll be talking about how we can promote affordable housing in flood-affected areas. Of course, we all know Mr. Masood as a seasoned banker and entrepreneur who's focused on development finance and has over 3 decades of a proven record of success and innovation. So without further ado, and to stay as close to the timetable as possible, I'm going to ask Murtaza to please start the video session. We've been talking about technology and digitization for low-income households. We've not managed to find our ground and our footing on technology at this conference since yesterday. So, when Amreen talks about 3G and 4G being a challenge, it is something that we're living with and grappling with, on a daily basis for the past 2 days, at least over here. So yes, there is a lot of scope. And I think as Jan Zaib Saab said, it starts with automation. What can you do on the institution side, and then sort of take it more client facing? Because of course, as big entities, as banks and as NBMFCs, we have more of a muscle to manage the technology piece. But when we go to the client, of course, the muscle is much smaller. So yeah, technology is something that we're still trying to get our head around, and we have gotten our head around it. Assalamu alaikum, Zafar Saab. Thank you for joining us, and I'm going to get off stage.
जी, thank you very much. बहुत शुक्रिया मोहसिन, बहुत शुक्रिया गालिब साहब, to the PNM entire team for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. I've been asked to talk about financial inclusion, the relationship between commercial banks and microfinance sector and BOP's role therein. I've also been asked to cover a couple. To also cover the aspects of the challenges that public sector CEO faces in transforming an organization, and also lastly I'll speak about a unique experience of mine about the learnings of an air crash survivor. On the initial topics, the part one of my talk today. You have been hearing about it from very competent speakers over the last 2 days. I would not spend much time on it. I will rather focus on the two unique learnings of mine, which I think could do some benefit to all of us here. Rather than talking about benefits of financial inclusion, which we all are aware and sold on, and it would be like preaching to the converted. I would quickly jump to sharing with you how we are approaching it at BOP. We have divided financial inclusion agenda at the back of course, digital offering that the MC was also talking about, in 4 distinct constituencies. The first being financial inclusion, geographic inclusion. What we have done is that we have come up with this idea of having sunrise branches. These sunrise branches exist in those areas where there are no other bank represented. And we're very proud to share with you that we have 120 branches in sunrise branches, which is 20% of our total portfolio. Then the second one is the gender inclusion. Offering specific products like NAS for women, and another product which perhaps we are the only financial institution which is offering in the industry for transgender, called Musawat program. NAS, I believe that without women inclusion, with the sustainable financial and economic growth is impossible. Then we comes to product specific inclusion. There are certain products that are specific to attracting a particular segments of the society which are currently excluded from financial inclusion. That includes Mazdoor card, for example. That includes low-cost housing. And we're very proud that we took the lead on LDA City project, which is one of its kind project whereby the government is contributing towards the equity, a part of the equity on behalf of the borrower. Then farm credit, of course, without agriculture, we can't go anywhere. We've done an internal research whereby we have tried to prove that with the forward and backward linkages, the impact of the agriculture sector directly and indirectly overall on the economy is 46%. Although directly it's around 20%, but indirectly it's around 46% all put together. That's a substantial number, and it gives the importance that this sector has. BOP is recently been rated by State Bank of Pakistan as #2 bank in agriculture and promoting credit in agriculture in the entire banking sector. In our category of banks, we were #1. Then, of course, the program that we are all very well aware of, called Kamyab Pakistan program and Kamyab Jawan program, which is now being evolved as Prime Minister Youth Business Program. This program, as you are all aware, and I will not delve too much into this, was also part and parcel of our effort to promote, youth inclusion And through KPP, we try and achieve all those elements that we talked about earlier in terms of bringing people together in partnership with the microfinance sector. Number 4 is social inclusion, my favorite. In social inclusion, we have partnered with the government of Punjab through Punjab Social Protection Authority, and we've offered some unique products there, and with amazing names, nomenclatures. So, for example, one of the products called Bahimat Buzurg. These are those people who are unable to work now. They've retired from their lives, and there is a stipend which is given to them by the government on a monthly basis. My personal favorite is Zevre Talim, where the school-going girls are given a conditional cash transfer on achieving 75% attendance in their schools. Very important. That's the future of our country. That's the future of Pakistan. A host program. This is funded by the World Bank, whereby it will help in mitigating the risk of stunting in the newly born. Sila Fun. This is for the artists across the section, including the painters, singers, performing arts, who are now retired and do not have much of financial support, are also given a stipend by the government on a monthly basis. Hum Kadam is another program for differently abled people to support them in setting up their own businesses, their own livelihood. And this program, by the way, all these programs are all on our digital wallet, and they're all are technology driven. So from an efficiency standpoint, from a delivery standpoint, they're very efficient programs. Last but not the least is the community inclusion. And I think the MC also talked about it on the low-cost housing piece. I'll cover it here. I was specifically asked by Mohsin to talk about Heritage Foundation and what we are doing with them in the flood-affected areas, involving our employees. But before I talk about Heritage Foundation, I would first like to cover the Sadaqah Jariya offering, where we have tied up with TCF for education of school-going girls. And we have opened up all our digital channels and physical channels for contribution there. And whatever we will generate from there, we will provide a matching support to that as Bank of Punjab. And we had also roped in for Sadaqah Jariya the offering for Indus Hospital and also for a Huad Foundation. Now coming to the Heritage Foundation. Heritage Foundation is a very unique project. We had adopted a village in interior Sindh, in Mirpur Khas, in July, and the idea was to develop these sustainable housing there, very small houses, which will be constructed by the women themselves through bamboo and the indigenous mud. And that housing will, and that village then will also develop an ecosystem which will be climate friendly and which will create the livelihood for the women there, particularly focusing on women. Now, interestingly enough, and I'm very proud to share with you that we aim to have 100 houses there, and we completed 70 houses before the flood happened, and these houses remained unaffected. They withheld the entire flooding, although the floods had affected the peripheries, the neighboring villages, but the housing here remained unaffected. A huge consolation and encouragement for us. But within that village, obviously, there are certain damages. People have lost their livelihood and all. and we are working in reviving that. We have now dovetailed that with our program, an employee program, because we believe that in this flood rehabilitation and reconstruction program, it is not just the funding that is important. In fact, if you ask me, funding is the last thing that we needed to be worried about, because the kind of response that we're getting from the international community and the local community, I think that will come through. But it's the capacity and the skill set, it's the number of hands, it's the support that is required physically on the ground by our people in helping those people in reconstruction and then rehabilitation. So we have launched a program called BOP Madadgar for our employees, whereby we are giving them paid leave to go and work on this on helping the communities around them who are affected by the floods for their revival. So we're starting with Rojhan in southern Punjab first. Pono village we are already working on, and then we are now going after that to KP and Baluchistan as well as the next step. Very proud of that project, and this is something which has recently been covered by the international press also. CNL also covered it, and we would encourage, the other financial institutions to also come forth and look at our model and then replicate it in their own constituencies as well. There is an element of, by the way, we have, with Heritage Foundation, we've created this pool of fund, which will extend. There is no donation there, by the way. These are all interest-free loans that we're extending to the women in that area, so that they will pay back that money, and then that money will be recycled for developing developing their livelihood and creating a better ecosystem in the villages that they're living. Something which is very important, and I think is, as I talked about earlier as well, it's critical that we work with people and help them to catch fish rather than giving them the fish. Now, the second topic that I was asked to cover, and I'll quickly go over them, is how can we have a better relationship between the commercial banks and the microfinance sector? So it's really a two-way traffic, and I'll start out with what and how the commercial banks should view the microfinance sector. The commercial banks must realize that in the fruit chain, it's important that we nurture the microfinance sector, because that will create the customers for us in the future. The microfinance sector is vital for financial inclusion and green economy, alleviating poverty, and raising entrepreneurial mindset, which is very important for developing the businesses of the future, which will fall under our domain as commercial institutions later on. To us, this sits at the heart of BOP being a responsible and socially conscious organization, which is forward-looking. Then we have to build dedicated teams. Commercial banks have to have dedicated teams who develop relationships with the industry stakeholders and try and understand the dynamics of the microfinance business. Until and unless we achieve that, we will not be able to make a headway and appreciate that business. And I think this is where we are going wrong, because what is happening is that we try and tackle the microfinance business as either an FI business or DFI business or a commercial business or a corporate business. This is not. This is a very unique offering, and we must develop that expertise within our folds to make sure that we will be able to capitalize on this very important sector and then develop the customers for us for the future. Within the commercial banking space, also we need to have better collaboration. So the banks need to work together and develop syndication and jointly develop products and services which are critical for their clients, microfinance customers. As the classical example is the KPP. And we are currently working with the government of Punjab also to come out with a similar offering. Then, the next one, very important, is to create the specialized tools to measure and monitor the risk. We cannot judge microfinance using tools designed for conventional entities. The banks need to evolve their own risk matrix, and then which will help in better gauging and monitoring exposure to the industry. मुझे पानी देना है यार. On the other hand, microfinance industry needs to reciprocate in the same manner as well. There is definitely more need for transparency. So microfinance industry, although has a rich history, but the corporatization and it's becoming more organized started in early 2000s. I would very strongly propose greater transparency in their disclosures to their peers and to their partner banks. And then adopting technology. Again, I know that you are all convinced on it, but I just still wanted to make it a point that perhaps more is required to be done in this space. And we know the benefits of it, and we need to focus on it and make sure that, more cost-effective, better collaboration will result in creating a better credit profile for their customers as well, which will give the comfort to the commercial banking sector also to take chances on microfinance sector. Another very important point to my mind is there shall be no shortcuts, please. We have witnessed in the past that there has been instances where some of the players have become overly aggressive, and that resulted in losses. I think we need to be very clear that there has to be a measured approach to growth and a long-term view. This will help in better risk management while ensuring sustainability over the long term. Focus towards specialization is another very important element. The pie is so big as far as the microfinance business space is concerned that there is no point fighting over the same customers and businesses. We need to create expertise product-wise and geographically, so that we'll be able to cover a larger portion of the market and then deliver on it in a more efficient and effective manner. Last but not the least is the alignment of the business plans of microfinance sector with the government priorities. The fact of the matter is that the biggest challenge for microfinance sector is the access to concessional funding. And that concessional funding, unfortunately, with the interest rates remaining high, is very important, will only come with the support of the government. So therefore, it's very critical that the microfinance sector align itself with the requirements of the government and then develop the products and offer the services which fits in well with the government's overall scheme of things. I have huge respect for BISP type initiatives, but frankly speaking, and there is an argument that that breeds inefficiency and laziness in the society, and perhaps microfinancing is a better way, at of course reasonable rates, to capitalizing on the government exchequer for creating a larger impact and at a larger landscape. So to accomplish that alignment, the product offering shall be in line with the government priorities as I mentioned earlier. Now, let's move on to the part 2 of my talk today, which has 2 parts. First part is the tips that I would like to share with you for transforming a public sector entity into a high-performing entity. अच्छा, एक तो मैं आपको बड़ा clearly ये बता दूं कि working for a public sector entity is not short of a jihad. It's really a jihad. जिस किस्म के हमारे ऊपर pressures होते हैं और unnecessary pressures होते हैं, unproductive pressures होते हैं, not only on the political side or the bureaucratic side, but more so from the law enforcement agencies and their lack of understanding of the nature of the businesses that these these public sector businesses are involved in. It really needs a very strong heart. It really needs a lot of support from your friends and family to be working for a public sector entity. So let me share with you 4 or 5 key things that are important for transforming, to achieve a transformation, impactful transformation in a public sector entity. Number 1 is that the chief executive is not supposed to fall in love with his job. Autonomy, authority, clout can often, cloud one's judgment and distract from tackling the pressing issues. Although that shouldn't be the case, but a lot of autonomy is vested in the CEO and the management by very nature of these businesses, because in most of the cases, the CEO is appointed directly by the government, while the board becomes sort of a conduit in the middle. So therefore, the CEO of a public sector entity has much more powers than it's supposed to have, and it's very important that he does not fall in love with his job, because that's where the compromises start and when the political pressure comes through. So it is vital for the leadership to remain grounded with a high degree of situational awareness regarding organization, its current position and trajectory. The second one is that there has to be an element of self-accountability. So the CEO, which is there, has to make sure that he will not compromise on what happened, whatever happens on his whatever pressure come his way, which could potentially impact the fabric of the organization. Because this is very important. The moment you will start compromising on the organization's fabric, this is where the problem starts. And that should not be the case in any manner. Number 3, the CEO must get the buy-in, and this is, to my mind, is the most important. The starting point is that the political leadership must have a resolve to not only fix the entity, but let it work as well, and respect the boundaries of the management, and in fact defer to on the important aspects, on the professional aspect to the management, and do not interfere unnecessarily or second guess the management's judgment. If they're not happy with the management, remove them. But if the management is doing good, if they're doing their job and the results are showing, then let them be, let them perform. So the starting point is that the resolve on the political side, leadership is very important, and we've seen that in many cases. BOP is one such example I'm very fortunate about. Number 4, there shall be a air of mutual respect. Both parties being on the same page as to the domain of responsibility borne by the members of the political system and the personnel of the institution. Now, this is very important. The public sector institution and their management must also appreciate the kind of pressures that the political government has. and they need to allowance for those pressures as well, making sure that the line is drawn where you will not compromise on the fabric of the organization, as I said earlier. So within that, remaining within that allowance, you can still accommodate a lots of requests of the political leadership, which are legitimate, which does not impact your business as such, but that will create an air of mutual respect for each other. Now I come to the last section of my talk, and this is about the musings of an air crash survivor and how it influenced my vision towards personal and professional life. By the way, just to warn you, it's 11:15, and there may be a switch over to the electricity. The electricity is not here, the power is not here, and we are operating on generators. So there may be a blip here, but please bear me on this. I have already written a book on this topic called Lee's Breath. It's in printing, and hopefully it will be out in the next 6 months. But there are 10 unique learnings that I would like to share from that book and this whole episode of mine. Number one is that, rituals may not necessarily be the end all and the be all. Rituals are surely important, but it's the good deeds that are the key to your life and are equally important. Number two, there shall be clarity on what you want out of your life and how you want people to remember you, and then set your priorities accordingly. And this group that I'm talking to today is very clear on this particular aspect, because I know you all in your personalities, in your right, are definitely doing something which is impactful. So I would like to be, for example, remembered as a change agent, and perhaps not at a larger scale, but at least in the lives of the people who are close to me. Number three, trust people, as people are generally good people. And this is coming from my own experience, from my rescue post-crash. Those people who brought me out of a very volatile situation didn't know who I was, or or how I can possibly extend some kind of benefit to them. But they still took a chance, and they took me out from that very tricky situation. And I'm extremely thankful to them, and that made me believe that people are generally good people. Tolerance and forgiveness is the key to successful relationships, therefore. Number four, and very important, arrogance is harmful and perhaps the biggest evil which must be avoided and killed whenever it raises its head. Number five, one thing that I religiously follow and believe in without a doubt is to be honest and sincere to yourself and people around you and ones who look up to you. Number six, clear all your dues, keep everything updated, don't keep others' rights and payments overdue for a minute. It's all about being fair with people and your obligation towards them. And trust me, this is not coming from a banker that, I want people to return my money, but it is genuinely what I believe. And more so, frankly, and on a serious note, it is not the financial piece. It's the emotional debts that I'm talking about. If you need to say somebody, I love you, if you need to say that to your mother, to your wife, please do that now. Do not wait for it, as the life may not allow you to do that at a later stage. Never ever overdue any of your emotional debts. Number seven, I had never believed in miracles in my life, but I have come to this conclusion after my own situation that miracles do happen. And it is, it is something that we need to keep our mind open about. The possibilities of miracles are very much there, but we need to make sure that we do not rely on them and they remain, and our life is in our hands, and we need to decide on our destiny. We need to decide what our destiny is. Number 8, willpower and courage to move ahead can move mountains. This is what enabled me to recover quickly, focus on my work, and work was a welcome distraction during my recovery, even a lifesaver at times. I kind of say this jokingly that I kind of introduced a new concept of working from home to working from an hospital bed. And 20 days after my crash, I was back to work because that was important for creating a distraction. That was important for me to make sure that my sanity remains intact and is never compromised. Number 9, even big events are God sent and happened on you, but these are the bold steps in life which establish your personality and regain your mental strength. So do not shy away from taking bold decisions in life. Take a chance, move on, try and be more entrepreneurial in your spirits, in your efforts. Number 10 and last one is communication. I realized that it's even more important during crisis. If the pilot would have announced stress, probably that would have been would have been given some time for precautionary measures to the passengers, and there may be some lives that could have been saved. The communication between you and me today, sharing my experiences, is also do some good after all. This is at least my hope is. In nutshell, I would say that be honest with yourself, honest to others, and honest about everything, anything that you do, including your work and profession.
Great. Thank you so
At
much,
the
Zafar
end
Sahab,
of the day,
for those
at the
wise
end
lessons.
of the day, it's all about empathy, making relationships, and leaving impact on people and communities around you, no matter how big or small. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Zafar Sahab has, of course, left us with lots of to-dos on various aspects of our life, from funding to formalizing institutions and to living life. So thank you so much for that. I'm going to now invite all of you for tea. This is the morning brew. It's sponsored by the National Bank of Pakistan. I would want you guys to be back at 11:40 so that we can stick to the time. And we have a power session after this. It's a lightning talk on the journey of digitalization. And Noreen, of course, is hosting it, and Mudassir Saab will be her guest. So we're really looking forward to that. So please make sure you guys are back on time. Thank you again, Zafar Saab. And thank you, everyone, for joining us in the morning session of the plenary. They are, of course, the naysayers also who are talking about how there is a great digital divide between the poor and the rich, and how does that impact financial inclusion? Because we're specifically talking about financial inclusion for low-income households. So, just to talk about this journey, and there were quite a few questions on the journey of digitalization in an earlier panel, which I asked people to hold on to. We are now going to be having that session where we are going to be looking at the journey of digitalization for the sector, and also looking at how technology and financial inclusion are intertwined, and what can we do to enhance financial inclusion. In this session are some of my favorite people. So this session is being facilitated by Noreen Hayat, who is the co-founder of Teys Financial Services and currently the CEO of Zootpay. Noreen, of course, we all know, is a social entrepreneur who aims to bring effective change at the base of the pyramid via innovative and sustainable solutions. So I'd like to call you on stage, please, Noreen, for the session. Next up, we have Mr. Mudassir Aqil, who is the president and CEO of Easy Paisa and Teleron Microfinance Bank. We all know Mudassir is a seasoned banker who made his transition to the right side of the force about a decade back by joining the microfinance sector. Of course, Mudassir is a great proponent of financial inclusion through technology, and so we're really looking forward to hearing from you. Next up, I'd like to call the second person who's going to be speaking, be part of this lightning talk. It's Ms. Ambreen Malik, who is the Chief Business Officer and Chief Digital Officer for the U Bank. And of course, we've been hearing Ambreen talk about a measured approach, keeping your hands in both pies. And I think the contribution that she will be making in terms of the debate of brick and mortar versus digital will be very, very meaningful for this conversation. So over to you, Noreen.
Thank you so much. Assalamu everyone. Well, this is exciting, especially when I actually started from microfinance and now seeing, how things have evolved over the years. It's going to be very interesting to see how we're actually going to talk about that journey. So you see, we talk about the term financial inclusion. And as per the World Bank, what is financial inclusion? It means that individuals and businesses have access to useful and affordable financial products, so that they can meet their needs. This could be payments, credit, savings, insurance, and that too that are delivered in a responsible and sustainable manner. So lots of important terms in that one definition. And as we know, being able to access a transaction account is the first step towards meeting this broader goal of financial inclusion, since that's really the medium of interacting with those transactions. And then on top of financial inclusion, we add another term, which is digital financial inclusion, which comes with its own challenges and complexities. And of course, digital inclusion itself has its own definition. So I'd actually like to pose this question to both of you, starting with you, Mudassir. Being the leading microfinance bank, a pioneer in the digital space, how do you elaborate your vision on digital financial inclusion?
Thank you, Noreen, and great to be back in person in a room with all of colleagues in the microfinance space. So, my vision of financial inclusion, before I sort of describe it, I would like to just put things in context a little bit, right? So Pakistan is obviously the fifth most populous country in the world, and 1 out of every 20th person without access to finance is a Pakistani in the world. Right? So we account for 5% of the globally financially excluded people. And we are not really making a lot of headway in this, despite all the good work that has been done over the last 20 years. The progress is fairly slow. Right? So my view is that we will have to do things radically differently to actually make progress, because Pakistan is also expanding at a very rapid pace. So in that regard, I think the new opportunity that has materialized over the last particularly 6-7 years is the opportunity of using technology to bring financial services to a common Pakistani. And the new terminology that sort of like encapsulates this is the digital first principle, right? So my vision is that financial services institution in Pakistan can model themselves or sort of reinvent themselves on a digital first model, where rather than being branch first or call center first or whatever else first, and then digital as a complement, as an add-on, you sort of flip this on its head and you say, no, it's digital first and then everything else second. So everything else comes as a second layer. So in that regard, I think this is how exactly we are trying to remodel our institution also. And I think I see this is the only way. We have still 100 million Pakistanis who need financial services, that we can actually go ahead and serve them.
Well, actually, that makes sense, and I'll create that as a segue later on with you, Umbreen, as well. So, if you could add on to what your view of digital financial inclusion is, what is the vision for you?
I'll weave in the two questions together. What we believe in terms of isko approach kaise karna hai. We are the team that believes in a new term called phygital. And I think what I want to talk about again is हम पिछले 2 दिन से कुछ similar lines पे बात भी कर रहे हैं, is that I think there is a misunderstanding maybe or a belief that says that one needs to happen at the expense of the other. Either you could be a player or a participant which only makes branches and does not do digital, or you could be a person who is fully doing digital and not do branches as well. I think it's very important that we landscape Pakistan before we kind of move on to a conclusion. And I agree with what Dasa just said in terms of 100 million लोग हैं और youth बहुत बड़ा है. अभी पहले बात हुई 65% or so is under 32 years of age. But you have to understand the geographical placement of these people where they are. You also have to see where Pakistan is in terms of the development when it comes to literacy, when it comes to digital railroads, and the availability of services at the last mile. And currently, lastly, how much of banking penetration is in Pakistan at this point in time? 16,000, 17,000 branches serving 220 million people in Pakistan doesn't seem to cut it. So what we believe is that both these things need to happen hand in hand. We continue to open and expand our network in the last mile. It is not just the branch that will service the customer, but also will educate them how to go digital. So branch network is also very critical for us to educate the customer that he may come to the branch the first time, the second time, the third time, but the fourth time, we would have equipped him with the digital literacy and the financial literacy where he says, I don't need to come back here. So for us, the footprint is critical, first to service the customer and then also to help him or her come onto the digital journey. And outside Islamabad, Lahore, Karachi, the limitation of the digital railroad is also a question that we keep on asking. You get out of Islamabad, Lahore, Karachi, and the 3G and the 4G networks also die. Then how many people actually have mobile phones while we continue being a branchless banking player as well? We continue to service the customer through the USSD as well. And the data that we have also tells us that more than 50% of customers come to us through USSD. So in our mind, the statistics are telling us that both of them are responding right now. So it is not that one is going to eat the other one up. In 7 to 10 years' time, we will be at the ideal stage where we want to be right now. But that journey of 1,000 miles has started. But I think we are pretty in the initial stages. But 7 to 10 years' time, we'll have very different conversations, inshallah.
That's exciting, yeah. And both your points of how you actually take those two operating models together is really the challenge and maybe the opportunity here. So, we all are aware of the numbers of financial inclusion in Pakistan. And, we contribute 2.8% to the world's population, but 8% to the world's unbanked population. And, the main reason for this is that the top line financial inclusion metric still hasn't grown beyond the 21% mark between 2017 and 2021. Despite the various initiatives that have been taken by the regulators, there have been new regulations that have been introduced. You've seen the launch of RAST. We've seen the entrance of many fintechs. We've seen pricing, support as well with the IBFT, controls. But still, we lag our counterparts in other countries. For example, if you talk about someone like Indonesia and India, they're close to 80%. And then, our closer counterparts like Bangladesh is above 50% also. So, we've seen in digital and even in other financial products that we offer that the financially underserved individuals and businesses, they have varying levels of digital maturity, behaviors and attitudes. Someone might not have access to internet or a smartphone, or someone might not even trust a digital financial service because of the unfamiliarity or even concerns of privacy. On the other hand, someone could be a much early on adopter and deal with their daily lives on the phone. Now, financial institutions can actually play a major role in bridging this digital divide, through the value propositions that they bring. And, they can attract and retain customers by, balancing high tech with high touch. So, Mudassir, to you, I'd love to learn what, if you could reflect upon the journey of Telenor Bank in this digital transformation agenda and how you actually approached countering the digital and financial divide between the masses and providing a more inclusive platform.
So, Noreen, the lens through which we look at the market is obviously you look at the size of the opportunity, and then secondly, you look at what are your strengths, right? So what you really want to build is on your own strengths. So, we've been in the payment business for a long time. Actually, EasyPaisa started the digital payment, agent banking model about 13 years ago in Pakistan. So that's obviously a major source of strength for us. So what we want to leverage is, number one, we can't be, the first thinking was that, who we really are and who can we really serve. So we can't be everything to everyone, right? So you can't really boil the ocean. So the idea is not so much that, one model is superior to the other. The idea is that, what model works best for you. So in our case, what we decided about 3 years ago, shortly after I joined the bank, and there was a clear desire on part of the sponsors as well, that we really now need to make a transition to a digital first organization. So, with the emphasis to what you're saying in terms of, looking at the right KPIs, you have to make some really bold calls if you really want to reinvent and shake up the organization. So the major bold call was that we are going to actually shut down a big chunk of our branches and then convert our users to a digital model first. So in that regard, we have now, I'm happy to report that we have already closed down 70% of our branches. We have a little over 50 branches left out of 180. And we are the only bank in Pakistan which is now truly operating on a digital first model for our payment business, for the entire deposit services that we provide, and for all unsecured loans. There is no role of branch in the life of a customer. So no one needs to come to the branch any longer, right? So this is already done. The only reason why we need branch at the moment is that roughly 1/3 of our loan portfolio is still, 1/3 of our microfinance loan portfolio is still backed by gold. And the collateral management, due to various regulatory restrictions, still needs to be handled by us. So we are now very actively exploring options that how can we outsource and join hands with other parties, and then we practically after that we don't really need branch to exist in its traditional form. The second thing that we sort of the principle that we adopted was that we have to make sure that in every single transaction and interaction with the customer, we have to be frictionless on onboarding. real time on fulfillment, and the pricing of the transaction needs to be very close to zero, right? So when these three things happen collectively and jointly, then magical things happen, right? So if you think about any digital platform that has scaled in the world, you will find these three things are the common factor in all of them. So even if you're looking at WhatsApp or Google or Facebook or any, or even Netflix, as a matter of fact, you will see these three things apply for every single transaction that they follow. So we have essentially modeled ourselves on these principles, so now, right now, just to give you some idea, that our payment business, in terms of the metrics we look at, we don't look at the metrics which are vanity metrics, just like you mentioned, that how many number of accounts are opened. From that perspective, we have 23 million registered users. Every fourth Pakistani adult is an Easy Paisa user, but how many of them are actually using the account on a monthly basis? Well, that number is actually 11 million, right? So the 54% of them are actually multi-service user. They conduct 10 transactions a month. So our people are incentivized, and the targets are actually linked on these metrics that we want to see usage, we want to see user value, not only just vanity metrics like how many accounts are open. So that's in a nutshell the whole
Thank you.
journey.
Well, that's interesting. And, so we often talk about, digital adoption. But, you mentioned two very important points. Access, which, you guys are serving through the network of agents that you guys have created. And of course, that is a very time intensive and a capital heavy business. It's not easy for new entrants to come into the market and just start without it, because that's something that you guys have already invested in. And of course, the other one is pricing. As long as digital is more expensive than cash, you wouldn't see that shift happening. But you see, it's interesting now. We talk about these challenges, and we've seen in microfinance as well. It's gone through different journeys. The mandate with which the sector was created was actually poverty alleviation. The version 1 of microfinance was, and something that we see now as well is field level microfinance. And version 2 came with the advent of branches banking. And now we see fintechs coming in where, different solutions for microfinance are being served, digitally, or at least being tried to. And we do see, traditional microfinance bank and institutions that they're radically different from their digital counterparts. This could be in the ethos, their culture, or even the organizational design. When we talk about digital transformation, it requires a complete plan and probably simultaneous implementation of it as well. And it's not easy because you're actually bringing in two completely different operating models together, one which is digital and one which is not. There's no right or wrong approach to it. It would depend on the entity's digital maturity, on the starting point of the entity, what the desired end result of that entity is. And now we see with UBank as well, we see you guys fortified your non-digital footprint. And now we see, digital being intertwined into your operations. So, Amreen, for UBank, what is your approach for digital transformation? Is it, at a holistic bank level, or do you guys have, a digital center of excellence that does research for products, or is it, maybe a separate unit that works in isolation, separately from the bank, to build and test products? What approach are you guys adopting?
So how we look at this particular area is, first and foremost, sustainability of the institution is the first part, and sustainable institutions are the only one who can go ahead and experiment as well. So that's the part that we took care of in the last 7 years. The journey of digitization actually for us is kind of two-dimensional, internal as well as external. It's important for us to transform ourselves internally with the technology we've been using. And at this point in time, we are in the middle of a transformation which will bring us state-of-the-art system that will help us run our core banking and branchless banking. So that transformation will also make us extremely agile and respond to changes and partnerships very, very quickly. So that is one, and that required time, that required readiness, and a lot of investment. So that was one part that we are doing at our end. On the other part that we are doing is also how we can serve the customer quickly and efficiently and reduce our turnaround times and also the quality and the efficiency of the decision making. So for that, like most of the colleagues here, we are also in touch with the customer and acquiring data through Tab. Now that is the first part, you acquire that. Second part is that we are in the process of, and you'll be hearing it about this pretty soon. We are designing a thing called a thing which we call UBot, which will help us do automatic underwriting through machine learning and AI, because we are sitting over customer data, which is sitting with us and quietly that gives us the payment behavior and gives so much other information. So the idea is that the traditional way of working now transforms into the 6 or 7 days now become 1 hour, 30 minutes or 10 minutes. So that is the second part we are working on. And the third part is, again, that will allow us to complete the customer journey and hand over a loan or a banking services to the customer through a wallet. So all of this together, if you see, it's a whole 360 piece which is coming together. One could not happen without the other. We couldn't do it in year 2 or 3 while we were going through the transition, where we were making ourselves resilient and more sustainable. In terms of experimenting, we have actually built a small sandbox, and that's a lab where we can blow things up. So we keep on testing things. Even a failure is brought home with a lot of positive feedback and result that this is what we have learned. We need to improve it, go back to the drawing board completely. So it's a team of a small team that sits and do the piloting, that does the testing, that brings the results on the table, and we keep on improving our products. And then when we are ready to roll it out after pilots, we keep on doing that. So that particular piece is completely separate from our mainstream business, because it's important to keep them, kind of away from the pressure and the rut of daily life. So we have built that sandbox, and our teams continue to work there. And also, we are very, very excited and always keen to work with external partners. We have access to customer, we have access to data, we have problems that we put on the table and say, this is the problem we are trying to solve. If there is anybody who can come in and work with us in the sandbox, we believe we are not supposed to do everything. We shouldn't. But there are partners who know how to solve our problems and have a solution. We'll work with them. We'll give them what they need, and whatever lesson we learn, we can benefit from it together, and the industry can benefit from it together. So that's how we work at UBank.
Well, yeah, so see, there has to be a long-term approach to this digital transformation. I think we get so impatient with getting results fast that we tend to overcome the fundamentals that are required to set, the basis for digitization, or digitalization, as one of my friends in the audience mentioned. So this is actually interesting because right now everyone is really keen on knowing who the digital banks, who are the people who are going to get the licenses for the digital banks, right? And I still have some questions in my mind also. Getting a license for digital banks is one, and actually doing digital banking is another. We'll actually find out with time, how much digital banking actually happens even after the award of these licenses. But see, we talk about, opening bank accounts as as the holy grail of financial inclusion, as the key metric of success. And then we often talk about use cases, that have to be built on these accounts. And right now, the use cases are very rare. Are we really underselling, or setting the bar too low for ourselves by setting just opening accounts as a key metric for financial inclusion? How do you actually make money simple? So when you talk about digital banking or even digital transformation, what really are the ingredients that are required for this? And you talked about some points earlier, Mudassir, but what do you think the ecosystem is really missing?
So I think, Noreen, the first thing that one has to look at that what is the job to be done, right? And then how does it really match with, the strengths and competences you bring to the table? So, in our case, we are leveraging a payment platform that we have. And then we are building a lending business on the back of it, which is our consumption lending business. That's a makes a lot of sense that you can give small amount of consumption loans leveraging the payment data. You can give these loans in a presence-less process within a matter of few minutes, and disperse them in real time through the wallet that you have, and then collect them back through the same wallet. But then how do we take the same spirit to other products, right? So then, and this is where the frictionless onboarding and the real-time fulfillment comes into play. So we have applied the same lens to savings. So now we have a one-clicks subscription product that already 400,000 people have subscribed in the last 4 months. And we believe by the time the year is out, we'll have 1 million people making small savings in a daily product, a daily interest earning product that is accumulated on a daily basis without any strings attached. Right? So you can come and leave as you go. There is no restriction whatsoever. The challenge that I feel is afflicting the microfinance sector overall is that there is a very heavy administrative cost structure which is weighing it down, right? So when you do the math in terms of what the customer is paying and how much of that is going towards the administrative cost, almost 2/3 of it actually going toward the admin cost, and then really 1/3 is compensating for the funding cost. So so what our view is that there is a lot that we can reduce in this admin cost by leveraging technology, and that's sort of where the strategy of not requiring branches and not requiring people to come to a branch comes into play. Similarly, the other thing we looked at is how much loss happens in the funnel, right? So the customer starts at the top of the funnel, and then through the approval processes, they start to fall out, and then very few people actually use the product in the end. And then that's where the one-click subscription and instant fulfillment comes into play. And then lastly is that the holy grail of everything that we do is that what is the new user value that you're creating, right? So if you are not really creating a user value, you will not be able to attract users to use the product. So for instance, if you look at the majority of composition of deposit book of the entire microfinance sector, you will find out that a few hundred people, a few hundred relationships are responsible for majority of the deposits being held in majority of the institutions. So then the question is, then how do we reconstruct our deposit value proposition that actually mimic our strength, right? I mean, rather than trying to offer a product through a very expensive channel that nobody is actually using. So I think unless this lens is adopted by the sector, we won't be able to bring our overall cost structure down and then pass on the benefit to the end user. I think that's, in a nutshell, is how I look at it.
Very key points you shared there. Amreen, what would you like to add? In your view, what are the ingredients for successful digital transformation?
I would just say that an alternative belief system is what we need to think about. And I will give a quick example. I know our friend is standing here. So when Nadra started, everybody thought, why would we need the CNIC? Fast forward 22 years, you can't walk into a building without a CNIC in your hand. That was an alternative that came in that said you need to have an ID. It was implemented, forced by the state, and I'm not suggesting we force it, but we have a mechanism sitting, all done. Let's build a bank account next to every CNIC and give it to people. It's simple and it's convenient. So instead of waiting for people to come to us and say, okay, it is not serving my need, do you have a use case that can serve me? Let's just give an account tagged with the CNIC and give them the alternative solution. It's there, just populate it and use it. So I think, long story short, we have solutions there. We just have to kind of open up the box and see there are railroads that are available, that are ready to deliver. We bankers have to kind of also get out of our boxes and say, we can do a handshake and make this happen. And I think we can make this happen.
And that's a very interesting point. And I think it's so powerful, the CNIC itself. It also has biometric in it, which means that all that we ask for all the time to open a bank account, you literally have it in your pockets. So I think that could be something that we can capitalize on. But again, I think the challenge here is within the institutions, the compliance, and of course, we do bring in regulations, but the State Bank and the SECP, mostly these regulations or initiatives that are brought in are also disjunct, which means that if you're trying to encourage something on the Nadra Fund, for example, there's much more that has to be done on other policy initiatives that can ease it for the compliance department, because I think that also holds many of these institutions behind. Guys, this has been very interesting and some very insightful points you shared, some great key takeaways from here. And I do understand, we're a little short in time. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to you for questions.
And I'll bring it back to you for
Thank you.
closing the session. So thank you so much for this really insightful conversation. Do we have any questions from the audience? I'd request you to please keep the questions brief and to the point. So if you could have a show of hands for the questions. There's one from Sadaf there in the front row, and then one from Dr. Sonu. And I'm going to take all the questions together so that the panel can answer them together. So. Excuse me. Chalni.
आई थिंक ये डिजिटल जर्नी जो है ये बड़ी इंस्पायरिंग तो है, लेकिन ये इंस्पायरिंग किसके लिए है? दैट इज द कंसर्न क्वेश्चन. इज इट फॉर द बैंक्स जिनके पास ये सारे लाइसेंस हैं और बैक एंड पे पूरा सिस्टम है डिजिटल का, और इज इट फॉर द एमएफआईज जिनके लिए फिर अल्टरनेट एडीसीज के पास जाना पड़ता है, और जब जाना पड़ता है तो देयर इज एन एक्स्ट्रा ट्रांजैक्शन कास्ट, जो आप कह रहे थे कि भाई ये तो जीरो कास्ट पे हो जाती है ट्रांजैक्शन, तो ये एमएफआई के लिए तो डबल दी कॉस्ट, और उसके बाद आप पूरे सिस्टम को मैनेज भी करें. तो आपका सवाल मेरा ये था कि भाई आप ये क्या समझते हैं कि जो भी आपने बात की वो तो बड़ी अच्छी थी, इंस्पायरिंग थी, लेकिन शायद बैंक के लिए अच्छा हो, एमएफआई के लिए आपके पास क्या नुस्खा है?
थैंक यू डॉक्टर सोनू. अगर ये आप पास कर दें प्लीज सदफ को माइक.
जी, सो आई वर्क ऑन वुमेन्स इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट थ्रू सर्कल, जहां हम खवातीन को डिजिटल लिटरेसी दे रहे हैं ताकि वो स्मार्टफोन्स के जरिए कारोबार कर सकें. So, I have interacted with women over the years, and when you ask them कि आपकी क्या ज़रूरत है, तो वो कहेंगी जी मुझे सिलाई मशीन दे दें, मेरे इलाके में सिलाई सेंटर खोल दें. And now I tell women you should ask for smartphones and access to internet because it can transform your life. We have seen women, the 3,500 women that we work with, we have seen they have set up new businesses, they are earning through it. Those who had existing businesses, उनकी भी expansion हुई है. लेकिन एक fundamental problem है कि society में they're not allowed that access that freely. We spoke about it. Men tend to be the gatekeepers. They control access to smartphones, to internet, to getting on Facebook, Insta, these platforms. So I just have a question that what do you feel from your experience? How can we build men as partners and allies for this journey? Because it just can't be done without that if we really want to accelerate on this front.
Thank you so much, Sadaf. There's one question from PMN.
Do you think we need to answer? We can answer.
Let's just take the last one and then answer all together.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. I'll keep it short. So I think the idea that you mentioned regarding CNIC and converting them into bank accounts, it's a very novel idea. We don't have any regulator on the panel, but I think this has been a buzz in the industry. What do you think are the what's holding everyone back from doing this? If you want to shed light on that, thank you.
Great. So I think the first question is how can NBMFCs take a bigger piece of the pie and get more of the benefit from digitalization? So if there's any insights on that. And the second one is, of course, on how to create male champions of change for women's digital liberation or digital sort of inclusion. And the third one is what's stopping us from trust accounts, probably.
Sorry, I didn't understand the last one.
The last question was what's stopping the sector from just converting all CNICs to bank accounts?
Oh, okay, got it. Okay. Noreen, or maybe
You
Noreen,
can-
you want me to take the first one? Okay.
Okay.
Dr.
Yes,
Sunus?
you can.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So डॉक्टर साहब आप दुरुस्त कह रहे हैं. देखें हमारा जो प्रिंसिपल है वो ये है कि हम एक ओपन प्लेटफॉर्म है और हम सबसे हाथ मिलाने के लिए तैयार हैं। और हम we even have an open API platform which is actually open to the entire world कि लोग उसके अंदर प्लग इन करके अपनी इंटीग्रेशन कर लें और जब वो तैयार हो जाएं and then we'll just open the switch. Now challenge यहाँ पे आता है कि देखें जहाँ पर majority of the time एक तो पहले हम सबको ये बात समझने की जरूरत है कि पाकिस्तान still very much is a cash economy. तो जो हमारी पूरी फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम की प्लमिंग है वो इस तरह यूज हो रही है कि लोग एक एंड से कैश को डिजिटल में कन्वर्ट करते हैं, वो उसके अंदर ट्रेवल करता है एंड एट द एंड समवेयर somebody takes the physical cash out again. So in many ways जो हम रोल अदा करते हैं हमारा जो एजेंट नेटवर्क है वो एक लास्ट माइल डिलीवरी का कैश की मूवमेंट का भी कर रहा होता है रोल, और उसी को बहुत ज़्यादा MFIs लेवरेज करना चाहते हैं कि आपके पास एक फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी आ जाती है कि बोरोवर को कहीं से भी वो पैसे दे सकता है, पैसे ले सकता है। हम देखें अगर आप हमें अपनी एग्जिस्टिंग एडमिन कॉस्ट के ऊपर टैग ऑन कर लेंगे तो आपको ये लगेगा ये एक एक्स्ट्रा खर्चा आ गया है, 1% 2% जो भी हम मांग रहे हैं। अगर जब तक आप रिप्लेस नहीं करेंगे इसको एग्जिस्टिंग कॉस्ट के साथ, जैसे हम कर रहे हैं खुद, हम तो सबसे पहले जो हम वी आर प्रैक्टिसिंग व्हाट वी प्रीच, अगर हम यही काम ब्रांच को भी खोले रखें और साथ साथ लोगों को ये भी पकड़ा दें, इट बी एन एडेड कॉस्ट. सो I don't have the balance sheet or the appetite to underwrite all the loans in Pakistan at all. हमारा तो बहुत छोटा सा शेयर है ना, हम we are only 10-11 billion rupees of loan book now, और हम we have exited many kinds of products क्योंकि हमने कहा हमारा ये फोकस ही नहीं है, जैसे हम एग्री में काम नहीं करना चाहते, हमारा फोकस नहीं है. तो हम आपको हम we can offer our wallet, we can offer our agent, we can offer our end-to-end the same thing that we are having. When you have a very sort of like a narrow conversation with us के saying कि बस मुझे ये पेमेंट के लिए कैश इन कैश आउट की सर्विस चाहिए, तो जाहिर है फिर हमने भी पैसे कमाने हैं, आपने भी कमाने हैं, so that becomes a very transactional kind of a conversation. So my larger message is कि this platform is very much built on for the entire sector to be shared with everyone.
I would like to add on to that. So Dr. साहब, जब हमने तेज शुरू किया, हमने technically we are an NBFC, a microfinance institution as well. हम लोग बैंक नहीं हैं, but यहाँ डिफरेंस ये है कि हमारा फैब्रिक डिजिटल है. हमने शुरू ही डिजिटल किया, जिसकी वजह से बहुत सारे बेनिफिट्स हमें मिले इन द माइंड से, जैसे अभी अमरीन पहले कह रही थी. But then again, one thing that we need to realize, whether it's banks or institutions, is that all of us cannot do everything, which is where the power of partnerships comes into play. आप लोगों के लिए जो ट्रेडिशनल MFIs हैं, उनका चैलेंज ये है कि दे स्टार्टेड ऑफ विद अ नॉन डिजिटल जर्नी. अब उसकी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन जो है वो एक आसान काम नहीं है, एंड ऑफ कोर्स देयर इज नो राइट और रॉन्ग अप्रोच टू इट, व्हिच इज वेयर आप अब बिकॉज देयर सो मेनी रेगुलेशन में चेंजेस आए हैं, बहुत सारे प्लेटफॉर्म्स अवेलेबल हैं, एंड जैसे मुदस्सिर कह रहे हैं, institutions are now much more open to partnering for services that you might not be offering on your own. And अगर हम आज कहते हैं कि यार हमने खुद ही करना है ये, the point is that एक तो इसका cost है monetary but also time. So this is where we need to change our mindsets. And Trideep is actually one of the pioneers in digital. We've been following you जब fintechs भी नहीं थे, and I remember you guys were doing a great job in digitizing your journeys for MFI. So I think something to learn from, and just I think that's something that the mindset has to be built upon a bit.
So answering the other questions, Dr. साहब आपके लिए मैं सिर्फ ये कहूँगी, हम खिदमत के लिए हाजिर हैं जी. Tell us how we can shake hands with you. It will be हमारी जिम्मेदारी भी है, and it will be a pure delight to work with your organization. हम last mile पे काम करते हैं, हमें भी we'll be very happy to help in any way. Sadaf आपके लिए actually this was a comment I was trying to make in the last panel as well. ये एक डेल्टा है जिसके बारे में बात करनी ज़रूरी है. आप ख़वातीन तक उस वक्त नहीं पहुंच सकते जब तक आपकी वर्कफोर्स में ख़वातीन नहीं होंगी. तो अगर हम ख़वातीन को लिटरेसी, फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी, रेगुलर लिटरेसी, मेडिकल लिटरेसी, किसी किस्म की भी लिटरेसी देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जब तक आपकी वर्कफोर्स में ख़वातीन नहीं होंगी जो उनके सिलाई सेंटर्स में घुस सकती हैं, जो उनके स्कूलों में घुस सकती हैं, जो उनकी कम्युनिटीज़ में घुस सकती हैं, तब तक आई थिंक दिस 49% of Pakistan will be sitting outside the conversation. So that we have to think about, we have to talk about as employers. हम एक बात करते हैं कि जी हमने ज़्यादा ख़वातीन को बैंकिंग नेट में लेके आना है, उन ख़वातीन को बैंकिंग नेट में लाने के लिए एक रास्ता बनाने की ज़रूरत है. और वो रास्ता comes through the women. So more women are needed in the workforce जो grassroots level पे जाके काम कर सकें और फिर वो बहुत सारी चीजें social issues से भी एक और debate शुरू हो जाती है. So that I firmly believe कि ख़वातीन की आमद in the workforce will help us increase that particular part. And lastly, to our PMN colleague here, मेरा ख़ास से conversation थोड़ी सी technical हो जाएगी अगर हम बात करेंगे. Long story short, I would say दीवारें गिराने की ज़रूरत है. सब ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को एक दूसरे से बात करने की ज़रूरत है. हम सब अपने अपने ऑर्बिट्स में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जब तक ये ग्लास वॉल्स और मे बी कॉन्क्रीट वॉल्स नहीं गिरेंगी, जब तक हम सारे इकट्ठे बैठ के अपनी अपनी टेरिटरीज के बारे में इतने पोजेसिव नहीं खत्म होंगे होना, तब तक ये इस तरह के सॉल्यूशंस नहीं होंगे. सॉल्यूशंस आर ऑलरेडी देयर. CNIC इज वन. डिजिटल लिटरेसी के लिए हमारे पास लेडीज हेल्थ वर्कर हैं. आई ऑलवेज से उनको इस्तेमाल करें, उनसे बात करना शुरू कर दें. वो हर घर में पहुंचती हैं, वो हर मोहल्ले में दे आर ऑलरेडी, द फुटप्रिंट इज देयर. लेकिन हम उनसे सिर्फ पोलियो की वैक्सीनेशन करा रहे हैं और हेल्थ के बाकी क्वेश्चंस को आंसर कर रहे हैं. क्या उनको हम एक पम्फलेट नहीं दे सकते जो ये कह सके कि जी आप ऐसे करें, एक बैंक अकाउंट खोल लें? क्या हम उनके थ्रू सिम्स लास्ट माइल पे नहीं पहुंचा सकते? क्या हम मोबाइल फोन्स उनके थ्रू नहीं पहुंचा सकते? रेल रोड्स वहां पे हैं, दीवारें नहीं गिर रही हैं. So that's my contribution.
Thank you so much, Abhin. I'm just going to give you 2 minutes, Noreen, to wrap up the session, and then we'll have a presentation of mementos.
Thank you. Well, thank you, for some really insightful points. And, I'm talking about how to take microfinance and even conventional financial institutions from what we are now. And I think पिछले 5 सालों में we've really evolved as a sector. I think mindset-wise, it's going to take a while, but I think we're still going in the right direction. Again, the point is, execution जो है, that's the key over here. And execution के लिए, we need partnerships. Even on policy levels, there have to be a lot of approaches that have to be adopted. आप लोगों ने जैसे बात की, access के ऊपर क्या काम हो रहा है. We talked about एक media में आपका access का, but also financial institutions, they're laying, different channels for inclusion. Then you talk about pricing, which is a key detriment to adoption of financial services. Then again, you talk about some fundamentals that are already present, but then again, you have to break the shackles of your own mindsets to be able to capitalize on it. And then transformation itself, there's lots to it. सिर्फ एक silo उठा के, you can actually start silo by silo, but then again, this is a very long-term approach. And I think we together can make that difference if we realize that this is actually an ecosystem play and not just us as individual entities that have to make that jump into digital transformation. Thank you so much.
So we're going to do it together, huh? All of us together.
All of us together.
Great. I'd request you to please come up front on the stage, Noreen, so you can hand over the mementos to our panel. Can we have Mudassir Saab up first? And we have Ambreen up next, please. And I'd like to invite Khurshid Kotal Sahiba to please come on stage to give the memento to Noreen for hosting an excellent session. Thank you. Can we have a group photo also, please, of all of you? Noreen, group photo, please. Ma'am, आप ऊपर ही पे सकते हैं? No, give me a group photo के लिए, please. Just Thank you so much, esteemed panel. Thank you, Noreen. Thank you, Ms. Kotal. So, from the word go for this conference, we've been talking about liquidity, we've been talking about funding, we've been talking about all of those things, but we haven't had a panel on it yet. So now is that time. We are going to be sort of talking about how to raise money for the sector. And we have, of course, a diverse and esteemed panel. But before we go into the panel discussion itself, I'm going to ask Ali Basharat, who is the head of operations at PMN, to come and set the scene for this session. Of course, we all know Ali. He's been one of the key stakeholders of the sector, whether it comes to advocacy, knowledge creation, and also arranging the AMC. So Ali, I'll just call you on stage. And post this, I'll call the session chair and the rest of the panelists. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So before I start my presentation, I just want to talk a bit generally about funding. PMN has been covering the funding landscape in its various reports and publications. We have been linking our members, the MFPs, with commercial banks and other international investors. And also, we have been working with the international the lenders, both local and international, enhancing their knowledge of microfinance. So that's a role we have been playing. So coming to today's discussion, structuring a 2 trillion loan book. So this is where we stand. A balance sheet approximately of 700 billion, 8.5 million active borrowers, a GLP north of PKR 425 billion. And this is where we want to go. Balance sheet reaching 2.5 trillion, 20 million active borrowers, which is the 50% of our potential market. PMN, in a PMN study, we estimated the potential market to be around 40 million for microcredit. The GLP of 2 trillion. So before we move, what are the challenges and the issues, and what are the options available to us? I just want to touch base upon some of the changing dynamics of the industry. It's the triple bottom line business model. Climate change is upon us. The floods, the rains we saw recently. NBMFCs have started transforming into for-profit entities. We have talked a lot about SAFCO's transformation. The players are diversifying the sources of funds, although it's not an easy path for them, which will be discussed in the panel. Also products, housing, renewable energy, MSCs. Post-flood, there's many of the policy makers are looking at the microfinance to provide funding for affordable housing. So some of the issues. Okay, so the sources of funds, we've talked a lot about going to the capital markets or debt and equity. There's an option for MFBs to go list, issue bonds. We have seen some structures come up, and also for NBMFCs tap debt capital market. SECP has been encouraging them through their regulations and also otherwise to push them to go for capital markets, to issue bonds, to have a long-term capital. Also, equity, for equity, NBMFCs have to convert to for-profit. Otherwise, they will not be able to attract equity. We might see a mergers and acquisitions in the MFB market. New investors might come in. Also, there's a need for investors to come in, take minority share. On the debt side, deposits, we have done a good job on mobilizing deposits. However, the issue remains access to refinance lines and discount window. This is becoming more important with the increasing interest rates. Commercial banks, do we need guarantee structures? We have had them before. We'll discuss more about them in the panel. And international investors. International investors have lent to the sector aggressively. However, that on the equity side, recently we have seen a bit hesitance. So some of the challenges right now in the funding is the external macroeconomic situation. We have a high interest rate environment, double-digit interest rates. IBOR is around 15. Then among the commercial banks, there has been a preference for investments. So they are risk averse. They are investing in government paper, easy money. And, private sector credit is not that high anymore. So it makes it difficult for the sector to borrow. And the floods, again, has sent alarm bells ringing. And also the hedging costs have become high. Many of them NBMFCs have aggressively borrowed in the international market. So for them, the hedging cost is an issue. Internally, particularly for the NBMFCs, there's a not-for-profit status. Cars of MFBs, certain MFBs are under stress. Then the issue of succession planning, governance, and the internal controls. These are the areas that are being looked at very closely by the lenders. So to discuss more about them, we'll have the panel. But this is some of the issues I wanted to start the discussion with. Thank you.
Ali, for setting the stage. Without much delay, I'm just going to call the session chair for this session, who is Mr. Waqasul Hassan, who is the CEO of Karandas, Pakistan, Of course, we know Vikas as an old friend of the microfinance sector in his previous roles, and he's especially been, his participation in this session is especially pertinent because, his efforts in leadership in the past have led to things like the FIP and the MCGF, which we all know that as NBMFCs, we miss quite a bit. So thank you so much, Vikas, for chairing this session. Next up, I'll call Mr. Saqib Sajjad, who is the Head of Financial Institutions and International Banking at the Bank of Punjab. Saqib Saab has 16 years of a progressive career in treasury, capital markets, credit, and international trade. Thank you so much for joining us. Next up, we have another Saqib. So we have Mr. Saqib Siddiqui, who is the head of sector development at the Pakistan Microfinance Investment Company. Saqib, of course, is a great friend and a known person in the microfinance sector. He currently works on growth programming, building institutional capacity, and promoting inclusion for the PMIC. I now like to call upon Mr. Sardar Muhammad Abu Bakr. Mr. Sardar Muhammad Abu Bakr is the Chief Finance and Digital Officer at Mobilink Microfinance Bank. He's had senior leadership roles across telecom, fintech, and consulting. He's also been the founder and sponsor of the MMBL Women Inspiration Network. So thank you so much for joining us. Next up, we have Mr. Shahzad Iqbal, who is the Chief Financial Officer at Kash Foundation. Shahzad Saab is, of course, a trusted colleague and friend of mine, and he is a chartered accountant by training and has been leading the debt raising from diverse sources for Kash for almost 15 years now. He's also involved in the digital finance and insurance work that Kash does. Next up, I'd like to call Ms. Mariam Pervez, who is the Chief Commercial Officer and Digital Officer at U Microfinance Bank. Mariam, of course, brings with her over 16 years of experience in corporate and commercial banking with expertise in corporate finance, liability management, product design, and transaction banking. So over to you, Vikas, and best of luck.
Pleased to join us as well. Ali Bisharat. Yes. Because we have one space, so pleased to join.
All right.
Thank you very much, Zainab, for generous introductions. When PMN contacted me for chairing this session or conducting this session, I looked at the title and my first reaction was that look, world is falling apart. Microfinance is coming out of just came out of the COVID, and then floods hit. Interest rates are through the roof. आप normally expect करते थे कि State Bank would come up with some relief measures. IMF program is under implementation. So off balance sheet, State Bank कुछ करने की position में नहीं है. Government does not have the fiscal space. There is political instability. Globally, अगर आप देखें, you look towards that there will be donors, European donors, Western donors. UK was a very important donor for which I worked for very long, and even for Karandas too, they continue to be sponsors. But the British pound hit, I think, in recent times, the lowest, on 26th of September. So my first reaction was that this is perhaps a time to consolidate and preserve what you have. However, obviously, this is something which is short-termish. We have to look at long-term as well. So with this spirit, I and PMN engaged, and this panel would be speaking that we grow from where we are and what we are looking ahead. So I will first start with actually Ali, because Ali, you presented some statistics about the industry and the challenges. So in your views, I mean, it's always quite instructive to look at हम जो काम कर रहे हैं वो कोई अनोखा तो है नहीं, दुनिया में बाकी जगह पे माइक्रो फाइनेंस हो रही है. So what have other markets done better? Who are our comparables? So I would request Ali that if I won't go into the numbers, all of us know, especially your practitioners, that in some cases there will be players who have portfolio sizes and number of clients equal to or comparable to our entire industry size. So why they are where they are? So पहले तो आप मुझे जरा बताएं कि in your view, what is happening in India and Bangladesh in the industry?
Okay. So you talked about India and Bangladesh. Whenever we discuss it, this discussion came up yesterday also. We had panelists from India join us, looking at the region also, and they discussed about growth and factors. And this discussion comes up all the time that the MFIs in Bangladesh and India are much bigger. Some of the MFIs are much bigger than the entire industry in Pakistan. So I think why don't we have MFPs with the size, a similar size? I think two things come to my mind. First is the risk. I think the general risk averseness in our economy. If you look at the commercial banks, they are putting money in government paper. Easy profit for them. I think similar is the case with the microfinance providers here, that they are risk averse and a bit growing at a smaller rate. And second, I think could be of the vision, thinking of how big they can go, especially coming into play with the succession and continuity planning. These are the two things that I think has been a difference, in my opinion, between Bangladesh, or if you compare the regional markets with Pakistan.
Okay, so in your view, risk aversion is one of the main. I mean, yeah, it's true that in our overall banking industry we see a lot of risk aversion, but I would say that allegation to the same degree and intensity cannot be put on the microfinance players, at least. That's to redeem them.
Yes.
Maybe compared with the region,
Other
you can
financial
talk about
players.
that, but just to redeem them. I have some CEOs sitting in front of me, so.
Same here.
Same. I'll come to Mariam, as a practitioner. What do you think in our funding ecosystem is available for the industry, but what is missing which can catapult it from where it is now to 2 trillion that we're talking about?
Thank you, Akas, and Assalamu alaikum, everybody. When I look at the ecosystem for funding a 2 trillion loan book, I think we really need to look at what the current ecosystem entails and what is our capability at this point in time to really get to this number, because this is a ginormous number that we're talking about. And I think that it is important to look at it from the lens of three key components, and I'm going to just touch briefly upon each one of them. The first one, obviously, is when you talk about funding, is raising deposits. Now, this is something that we've all spoken about. It is also considered to be the more, if I may say, kosher way of raising funding. But this is something that comes in with its, what should I say, its inherent challenges, its inherent costs. We've all talked about the high cost of deposits that we're all dealing with. We all are aware of the uncertain KIBOR scenario and what is expected of a microfinance bank to sort of, give over and above the KIBOR to raise a certain kind of deposit. And, just the number of deposit that we will have to raise to get to this particular number, I think it is going to be just absolutely huge. That, having said that, the other important thing that we need to look at is what is the ecosystem looking like right now when we look at the deposit market. So at this point in time, there's been a lot of conversation regarding what the regulation entails right now, and do the microfinance banks have that sort of level playing field with the other players that are holding on to a major chunk of the deposit in the market. And this is where we start drawing a comparison between what we have and what our numbers are and what is the commercial banking industry at this point in time, sitting on as far as numbers are concerned. And there's been talk about what we need to do with respect to regulation. We've been talking about access to discount window. We've had conversations about giving us the status of scheduled banks. This is some of the stuff that's been talking about that is needed to be plugged into the ecosystem as far as the deposit space is concerned. Now, in the last 2 days, and in the past few years also, there's been a lot of talk about what is it that we need to do in order to build more sustainable sources of funding. And this is also something we talked about, DG Seema also spoke about, the need for us to look at our model and see whether our model is a sustainable model or not. And we need to look at this not just from the asset perspective, we also need to look at this from the liability perspective. And this is where I want to talk about what we sort of did differently as far as the other, if we compare ourselves with the rest of the industry, is we introduced borrowing into our funding model. At this point in time, we are sitting on a borrowing book of about 40 billion. We are about 65 to 70% of the entire borrowing book of the entire market of the microfinance space. So why did we do it, And I would like to touch upon a few reasons why we think that it works for us. Number one, it helps us with cost. Now, this is very interesting to say because a lot of us, feel, and there's been conversation about how borrowing is expensive.
We, on the contrary, feel that borrowing is something that has really helped us in overall managing our cost of fund, because cost of deposit is completely out of whack. It is out of your hands. The KIBOR is not in your control, and you're expected to pay 100 bips or 200 bips over and above the prevailing KIBOR. That's the expectation, the general expectation from the market. On the borrowing, on the other hand, depending on the kind of balance sheet you have, the kind of numbers you have, the kind of resilience, if you've been able to build that into your model, we, as an example, we've been able to secure some funding lines at rates that are, actually at par with KIBOR. So we really feel that it is something that has helped us in overall bringing our cost of fund down. One. The other element, obviously, is that of concentration. So as an industry, I think we've all, been dealing with the risk of concentration when we deal with depositors. All of us have, we're all sitting on a sizable chunk of corporate deposits also, and we all deal with these, risks on a daily basis. So this is something which gives us a very sustainable source of funding. The other most important element is that we are no longer the microfinance that we were a couple of years ago, because we started off with 150,000 to 300,000, and now we're looking at ticket sizes of 3 million, and we are going into longer tenors now. So it is important, to make sure that there is no asset liability mismatch. We have to go into longer tenor funding also. So this is where the borrowing element sort of helps us. And it has worked very well for us, especially now that we're exploring the housing domain. But the important thing is that are we all ready? Is the market sort of ready to sort of accept a player that sort of stands out? I mean, out of the 11 MFBs, a player that is sort of standing out has a very different model as opposed to the rest of the industry. And how is the regulator even looking at this? So we feel that our experience with the regulator has been that it's been a journey. It's been a journey of constant learning. It's been a journey of evolution. And they've been very receptive. They've worked very, very closely with us, because we're the ones who are always, constantly going to them again and again, coming up with some very novel structures. And they've been very, very receptive. However, I think it is a journey for them also. It's a process of accepting the fact that, maybe the industry benchmarks are changing, maybe newer and better sources and sustainable sources, diverse sources of funding is the way to go for the entire industry. Having said that, the third element that I want to talk about, which is the most important element, is that of capital that we sort of need to really look at when you talk about building this kind of a loan book. And with the current capitalization of the industry, we're sitting at 75, 80 billion at this point in time, and the number that we're talking about, we'll have to literally multiply it 5 or 6 times to get to this particular number. So if the expectation actually is for the sponsors to sort of bring in this kind of equity, I think that would be sort of impractical, unreasonable also, and also to expect the microfinance industry to sort of do it only out of their own organic profitability. If they continue to do microfinance banking the way they've done, I think also is something that will not be possible. So what is it that we need in the ecosystem? A couple of things that I would like to touch upon. One, we've had constant conversations with the central bank where we've talked about relief as far as the risk weights are concerned. That is something that is going to help us with releasing of capital. One. The other obviously important thing is how we can sort of leverage on the balance sheet of the commercial banks and come up with some risk sharing mechanisms. And we've done this, with some of our commercial banking partners, when we've come up with structures that are really going to help us as far as covering of our credit risk is concerned. And then obviously in the past, there were certain credit guarantee schemes from the regulator. We've all spoken about the MCGF also. So if there are other similar facilities available, I think that is also something that is going to really help us catapult, this particular number where we are today to the 2 trillion that we're aspiring for. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Very comprehensive reply. मुझे थोड़ा सा डर पड़ गया था आप मेरा पूरा syllabus ना cover कर दें. There is one question. I think it's time that we go into a bit of detail, as Miriam has very elaborately and comprehensively, touched upon many things. Lack of capital you mentioned. So one of the important sources of lack of capital for an economy like ours is कि आपको बाहर से पैसे आए, foreign direct investment आए. At Karandaz, we also run an investment house, and one of the major issues that we are facing is that wherever we want co-investors, people in the current environment are asking for something in excess of 25% from outside to cover the currency risk. Even if it's debt, it is somewhere between 20 and 25%. Now, and then if it's not very long term, I mean, long term, I would say more than 5 years, तो चलो long term है. अगर आप you're talking about 3 to 4 years, then it's just not possible to give these kind of guarantees. So I understand, Shehzad, that as an institution and as a professional, you had some experience. So all context was for you. Can you share some with us?
Yes, thank you, Vikas. Let me share with you that we have been able to raise and attract foreign funding from foreign sources, and almost 50% of our current loan book is from the foreign sources. And if we talk about the Kash Foundation, we raised 76 billion in terms of debt since inception, and out of that, one third is from the foreign sources. Yes, it is expensive, but at the same time, you have to balance your foreign currency loans with the local currency and other sources of funding that are available in the local market. Uh, at the same time, I feel, I mean, when I'm working with the foreign lenders, I feel that they are working with us as partners. They work with us throughout the process from the very beginning, from the day one when they start their due diligence till the end of the transaction. It's a journey, and even after that, I mean, even in this difficult situation when we are facing COVID and floods, most of the foreign lenders are coming forward and asking us what else we can do for you. So this is something that is missing from the local market when we are comparing international versus local. When we are saying it is expensive, they're also working with us in developing our capacities as well, by providing technical assistance and capacity building grants as well. So that is another element. And there are different options available to hedge the foreign currency exposure. I mean, at times, the cross-currency swaps are cheaper as compared to the forward. And at times, you have to choose which one is better for you at what time. So it is, I mean, you always have to make a comparison. For MFI specifically, the liquidity is the most important thing. I mean, yes, cost of fund is also important, but if you don't have the liquidity to meet your growing needs of the disbursements, then you are in a trouble. So, I mean, if you are continuously growing as an institution and there is a growing demand in the market, then you have to rely upon different sources of funding. As she has rightly said that you have to diversify your borrowing as well. You cannot depend on one lender at a time. So, I mean, maybe some lenders are expensive and some lenders are cheaper. So you have to balance, you have to develop your relationship with each lender and try to maintain your cost of fund in such a way that you can bear the cost of funds into your model. So of course, I mean, with 50% borrowing from the international market, I feel that still they are not the most expensive ones, even today. Although KIBOR is rising, even in the international market, we are seeing unprecedented increase in the LIBOR as well. So despite all of these factors, I think that we are, as an institution, we are managing well our cost of fund within within the cost structure that we can sustain our institution in a very well manner.
So मुझे एक बात बताइए, I think for everybody's benefit, uh, do you go for hedge upfront or you take some FE exposure on your balance sheet as well?
नहीं जी,
Or
हम
it depends on situation to situation. कुछ थोड़ा trade secret share करें.
Yeah. नहीं, अभी तक जो है ऐसा, I mean, we are very clear that currency risk is not our forte. So हम किसी भी तरह का currency risk नहीं लेते हैं. हमने different currency जरूर test किया. I mean, हम पहले dollars के अंदर करते थे. When the LIBOR is rising, we thought कि हमें euro को भी experiment करना चाहिए, and luckily we have ended up in a very good transaction, which is costing us less than KIBOR actually. So, I mean, you have to always find out the solution which is best for your organization, and at the same time, you have to work with the institution who will work with you for the longer term. So, I mean,
So you go for like-minded, double bottom line
Yes.
international investors who have a long-term stake in
Yes.
Pakistan and microfinance.
Yes. And at the same time, I mean, we have investors who want to work in PKR with us. And I mean, it is very important for the regulator to understand that not every commercial bank is ready to work with the microfinance sector. So they have come up with the policies where they can allow these international investors to lend to the microfinance institution in a local currency as well. which I believe that will be cheaper than the foreign currency loans that we are directly getting, we hedging from the local market.
Thank you, Shazad. Abu Bakr, next. आपके ख्याल में, looking at the situation now, where the industry is right now, the sources of capital which are available, and the growth trajectory, what's the sense that you think you have of the timeline in which we would be able to achieve this target?
The funding target. I think funding, to be honest, slightly maybe an unpopular opinion, I think there is no problem. I think it's what we're going to do with it. As an industry, we play a very important role in society. We have for 2 decades. But the real question is, are we doing enough and can we get better? Again, we like in all of these sessions कि आके हम आज आके ना regulator को कहते रहते हैं यार ये नहीं किया वो नहीं किया, but ये तो आपस के लोग बैठे हैं ना, खुल के बात हो सकती है. रेगुलेटर ने हमें रिलीफ दिया कोविड टाइम्स में कि यार कस्टमर्स के लिए डेट्स आगे कर दो, उन्होंने हाथ पकड़ाया, हमने बाजू पकड़ लिया रेगुलेटर का. Regulator didn't ask us to do this. You will always have funding challenges with bad business models. If the business model is sustainable, we wouldn't have the recovery crisis we have because of COVID. Flood, yes. COVID affected a lot of our society. We cannot undermine that impact. Absolutely not. I lost an extended family member in COVID times. वो मैं नहीं कह रहा, but जो COVID का impact है, उसकी basis पे जो business teams ने across the industry आगे लोन फेंक दिए और जिन कस्टमरों के पास गांव देहात में पैसे भी थे, COVID से impacted भी नहीं थे, नहीं लिए वापस. फिर हम जाएंगे रेगुलेटर के पास, अब फ्लड के लिए दे दें हमें. फिर हम नए लोन्स दे के वो पुरानी रिकवरी एफर्ट को मास्क करेंगे. Fact of the matter is, we have a very important role to play in poverty alleviation. The question is, do we really have a true customer focus down the line? Are we just a financing engine or are we an ecosystem player? अगर हमने कर्जा देके लोगों से कर्जा वापस लेना है, you're not an ecosystem player. Are we giving them access to insurance, protection? Are we giving them access to agri technology? फार्मर की बहुत बात होती है. फार्मर की यील्ड सिर्फ कर्जे से तो नहीं बढ़ेगी. उसको वेदर एडवाइजरी, क्रॉप एडवाइजरी दे रहे हैं, नहीं दे रहे. उसको वो सब्सक्रिप्शन मॉडल पे वो सर्विसेज दे रहे हो जिससे इनकी यील्ड एक्चुअली बढ़ सकती है या नहीं. क्या आप लर्निंग सॉल्यूशंस लोगों को दे रहे हैं कि यार हम आपको कर्जा भी देंगे, हम आपको इंश्योरेंस भी देंगे और आपके घर वालों को ट्रेन भी करेंगे कि बिजनेस कारोबार कैसे चलाना है, वॉलेट्स कैसे यूज करने हैं, डिजिटल बिजनेस को बढ़ाना कैसे. Then you have a sustainable business model. The SME focus. So I'll come to the liability bit. What I'm trying to say is that funding a bad business model will always be a challenge. Funding a good business model will never be a challenge. The SME sector. I was sitting with a commercial bank where they announced, and there was a lot of claps in Karachi at the Asan digital account launch. कि जी 1 billion की funding हमने कर दी है SME sector को. 1 billion की funding पे तालियां बजवाई हमने SME sector की financing के लिए. It is such a big market gap that we have. 6 trillion rupees, 95% unserved. कौन करेगा किराना stores को funding? कौन करेगा agriculture sector में funding? The SME segment is a huge potential. साथ ही साथ खवातीन की बात होती है. And we all love that. PRs अच्छी निकल आती हैं. Women empowerment. I run a women inspiration network program. But we really need to see the substance. Substance, numbers never lie. What percentage of the borrowers in Pakistan in the microfinance sector are women? स्टेट बैंक ने तो नहीं रोका हमें. स्टेट बैंक ने तो 3 मिलियन तक के लोन की इजाजत दी. हम 50-60 हजार से ऊपर तो निकलते ही नहीं है. So I think the women's segment is a really important segment that will help us fund. Now on the liability side, very quickly. I think बड़ी अच्छी बात हुई in an earlier session around deposits. And the deposit mindset, we need to get out of a deposit mindset कि यार microfinance के पास deposit को भी इसलिए रखवाएगा क्योंकि रेट अच्छा मिलता है. यार रेट दे दो. ये कहता है यार वो एल्को ने रेट नहीं दिया. 16% नहीं दिया तो डिपॉजिट नहीं आया. 17% नहीं दिया तो डिपॉजिट चला गया. The only value addition, if it is based on price risk, well, we will suffer in these times. We've tried to change that now. So we now are putting in place enterprise solutions. क्योंकि देखिए एक छोटा कारोबार जो भी चलाता है ना, उसने या किसी को पैसे देने हैं या किसी से पैसे लेने हैं और उसने अकाउंटिंग करनी है। अगर आप उसको वो सॉल्यूशंस देते हो जिसकी बेसिस पे वो पैसे आपके पास रखता है, तो वो करंट अकाउंट आपके पास आएगा। अगर आप उसकी इस्लामिक बैंकिंग की जो डिमांड है, नीड है, वो आप पूरी करेंगे तो आपके पास करंट अकाउंट आएगा। अगर सिर्फ मार्केट में हम ये कहेंगे कि यार देखें आपने इतनी डिपॉजिट बुक खड़ी करनी है तो 16% 17% रेट देते रहें, तो फिर तो कई बार का स्ट्रेस आएगा ना आपके पास। You will have that challenge. And the same thing is on equity investments. The same is on borrowing from the market. We should have an IPO in this sector in 3 years. We should. The regulator has never stopped us. The amount that I've worked with the regulator, whatever exemptions we have sought, they have given. Mobilink Bank is the only bank in the industry that has been given permission by the regulator to run smartphone financing for women entrepreneurs. Till date, it was regarded as a consumption product. But we went to them and said, yeah, लोग इस पे कारोबार चलाते हैं। आज आप फोन को एक कंजम्पशन प्रोडक्ट नहीं कंसिडर कर सकते। उनका जी आप करें 2 years का पायलट करें and do that. So if we want to fund this balance sheet, a sustainable business model where we are an ecosystem player, where we do not necessarily just focus on the reliefs we need from the regulator. We have a customer focus, we have an ecosystem play, we focus on insurance, we focus on agri-tech, we focus on being there for our customers. And on the liability side, we need to get out of the mindset where we have to attract deposits based on rates, where you can provide solutions to the SME sector. Once you have that, well, you know, Vikas, आपके पास investors भी आएंगे who will want 30% of your bank. आपके पास IPO की opportunities भी आएंगी because then they see कि you have a robust engine. And I think एक आखिरी बात इसमें मैं करूँगा on funding this balance sheet, digitization पे. And I totally agree with the discussion that took place before. It's not one or the other. It's really interesting for me कि जो वो conversations होती है ना, वो digital वाले कहते हैं branches बंद कर दो. जो करना है digital पे करो, digital के सिवा कुछ नहीं करो. जो branches वाले हैं वो कहते हैं जी पाकिस्तान में देखिए स्मार्टफोन्स ही नहीं है ही नहीं स्मार्टफोन्स। 10 साल पहले तो यार हमारे वालिदैन भी फेसबुक इस्तेमाल नहीं कर सकते थे, आज सबके पास फेसबुक अकाउंट और व्हाट्सएप अकाउंट्स है। So digital is a reality, but it can complement your branch network. You can digitize operations. If you digitize your core operations, the cost of operating comes lower, and then funding and getting sources of funding becomes more possible.
Thank you, Abu Bakr. I think आपने एक provocative line of thought दी है, and I'll share my own experience too. हम Karandas में were going through a process of strategy formation, and what I hear from the investment team is कि जी हमने अपनी equity जहाँ पे भी है वहाँ से 100 बिलियन पे लेके जानी है। ठीक है, बड़ी अच्छी बात है। एंड देन वी से कि अच्छा यार मुझे ये मैंने कहा यार ये फाइनेंस में एक एक मसला है थोड़ा-सा। मेरी भी फाइनेंस की डिग्री है, लेकिन एक मसला है हम फाइनेंस प्रोफेशनल्स के साथ। हमें डॉलर या पीकेआर का टारगेट ना ज़िंदगी में बहुत अच्छा लगता है। But I think the point which earlier Mariam raised about sustainable business model and that now which in terms of value that we deliver by Abu Bakr is are great points. कि आप इस पैसे के साथ करेंगे क्या? What is the value that you are delivering? So my again answer was that what are the capabilities that we are developing? What would we do with those capabilities for the investors and for the society or for the market? Ambition हो सकता है PIA की तरह great people to fly with, लेकिन at the end of the day आप सर्विस क्या डिलीवर करते हैं that is extremely important. So frankly, अगर आप मेरे से पूछें तो I would like to see this 2 trillion delivering XX million jobs. 2 trillion delivering this financial inclusion or any other job or any other results that we think that we are creating. मेरा ख्याल ये है I think कोई स्टडी इस तरह की कंपैरेटिव तो एग्जिस्ट नहीं करती कि कमर्शियल बैंक्स पाकिस्तान में क्या डिलीवर कर रहे हैं in terms of jobs, but in terms of financial inclusion, obviously your number is much bigger. In terms of jobs and especially low quality jobs, I think microfinance industry की contribution बहुत ज़्यादा है. So having that kind of ambition uh, and then developing capabilities around that can be a goal that we can look at. Now, I would not abuse more the privilege of a chair of the panel. I'll go to Saqib. Saqib, PMIC, only Apex wholesale market-based microfinance lender. आपके ख्याल में जो रोल PMIC प्ले कर रहा है या कर सकता है, what are the opportunities and challenges you see?
Thank you, Vikas. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. As you said, we are the single largest source of funds for the non-bank, particularly the non-bank sector. इस वक्त अगर हम institutions we look at the number of institutions, we talk about 46 institutions, 11 banks, then we're left with the non-bank sector. I mean, in terms of the clients that they serve, it's around 40%. But if you look at the institutions, amongst these institutions, there are hardly 10, 15 institutions that are doing microfinance at a scale. The rest are very, very small. We're talking about 1.6 trillion rupee needed to fund that balance sheet to reach 20 million clients. But apart from banks who have primarily built their model on deposits, the NBFCs, do they have the capacity at the moment to utilize that funding? Even if 1.6 trillion is available today, how do we deploy that? That's the bigger challenge for us when we look at that from the Apex point of view. The largest institutions, the non-banks, the NRSPs and the CARS and a couple of others, how many banks are working with them? I asked Shahzad just before this session, Kash being one of the largest ones. The biggest credit line that they have from a single bank is about 2.5 billion. And even if we bring 5, 6, 10 banks to fund Kash today, you'll end up with around 15 to 20 billion rupees worth of financing. Where would the rest of the money come from? The other challenge that we see is the capital structure of these institutions. I mean, there are institutions who are 6, 7, 8 times leveraged at the moment. I mean, while we were in our previous life at PPF, we could leverage whatever we wanted to. I mean, PPF gave out 300 million, a billion, 2 billion rupees worth of credit lines to institutions with next to nothing in terms of equity. But now, even for PMIC, we have regulatory limits. We have our own risk appetite. And then there is the capacity within the institutions to absorb the additional funding that they're asking. So that becomes a big challenge when we're looking at these numbers. How do we actually get there? The foreign direct investment that you're talking about, a lot of Shahzad just mentioned they have 50% of their financing coming from foreign sources. But how much of that is equity that's flowing into the institutions? The numbers that were shared, it's the sector's overall equity is close to 120 billion. You need 500 billion plus in terms of capital just to be able to absorb that 2 trillion rupees of debt. So that's where we need to see that whether we have the institutions at the moment to cater to that 20 million number that we're looking at. So you asked in the initial question about how India and institutions in Bangladesh, why they performed better than the institutions in Pakistan. We need to see a couple of other distinctions as well. The non-bank sector in Bangladesh and in other countries are able to mobilize deposits from their members. The non-bank sector in Pakistan can't. So that takes away a big source of financing from these institutions away. In India, you see a lot of priority sector lending happening. You see a lot of money being flowed from commercial banks into non-bank entities. They've come up with different models, which we should also be looking at. And at PMIC, we are experimenting with one. One is the business correspondence model. That's the agency arrangement between the commercial banks and the non-bank entities where they're leveraging on each other's strength. Banks with greater liquidity and a better financial management skill is partnering with the non-bank entities who have a much greater presence on ground and are able to do client acquisition better than most the commercial banks. So that's contributing to around 17% of microfinance happening in India. That's 17 million borrowers just to that model. So while we're struggling to look at liquidity flowing in, we also need to see how different models around the world have been able to provide that impetus to the sector that we're looking at. At PMIC, we are now, we started off as a primarily as a debt provider, but now we are also into several different instruments that we are working with. So we are offering tier 2 capital to the sector, the banks and the non-bank entities. We also have a social impact fund that we have set up, trying to attract capital markets to fund microfinance institutions. We started off with 700 million. We have two banks, Bank of Punjab and National Bank, participating in that. We're trying to raise it to about 2 billion. So that will, once that instrument is there, once that model is tested, we'll invite other banks to come in and participate. So that opens up another window. Similarly, we have credit enhancement facilities available. We have a 40%, up to 50% guarantee facility. We have a 25% first loss guarantee offering for institutions. We are also in talks with multilaterals like World Bank and ADB. We're working on a $100 million program with ADB. We're trying to negotiate and bring that money to the sector. But that would not be enough until the private sector institutions, the commercial banks, really take that leap of faith in the sector and start putting money in. I mean, we're talking about COVID and how things changed after that. With the current fund, the floods, the situation is even worse, even for institutions like PMIC, who has three very strong institutional investors. The banks are shying away or reluctant even to honor the commitments and the credit lines that they had signed with PMIC. So they're taking a little backseat at the moment. So for an institution like PMIC with all that institutional support and investors, if we are facing the challenge of meeting our committed credit lines with institutions that we have signed off, and the banks are at the moment hesitant to ensure that supply of funds flowing into the sector, it would be an even bigger nightmare for the non-bank sector to actually make those funds available that we're so emphatically talking about from the last 2 days, that the client actually needs that. So it's not the funding that the commercial banks would actually be providing is not just for the institution at the moment. They're putting it where the clients really need it at the moment. So that's where we believe the challenges of funding is one of them. Then if you look at accelerating this from 8.5 million to 20 million in, let's say, in the next 5, 7, 8, 10 years, you're talking about building the entire infrastructure to cater to that sort of funding. Manpower. At the moment, we see a lot of institutions poaching the branch staff from one institutions and giving them better salaries to absorb into their branches. Now we're looking at almost 4 times, almost doubling the market in 5 years. We're looking at 40 million clients. It's 4 times the market size. We need manpower and infrastructure to cater to that sort of clientele that we're looking at. Yes, we have digital platforms. The journey would be accelerated, but at the same time, we also need to see that in the past we have seen that every time we had a CAGR of 30%, 40% in institutions growing that fast, there was definitely a bump around the corner, in which we've seen in cases of delinquency and organizations struggling to maintain solvency. So we at PMIC are trying at our level, but again, it's for the private sector really to come forward and put money in the sector. Similarly, the structures of the organizations being NPOs, they also impose a challenge of attracting capital. So we had one transaction of SAFCO happening. Maybe we see a few more institutions taking that leap of faith, looking at SAFCO's success and transforming. That would also open up a source of equity and capital for the non-bank sector. So overall, we
Sakib?
need to see this entire spectrum of not just looking at funding, but also how this funding would be absorbed, and do we have enough institutions in Pakistan at the moment to take us to that scale.
Thank you, Sakib. So common theme, I think, from the panel members emerging is developing capabilities and business models which are investable. Uh, अगर अगर काबिलियत नजर आएगी तो पैसा भी आ जाएगा. So if I can simply say that. Coming to bankers, साकिब साहब, आपने सुना है, सब लोगों पे को आपसे उम्मीदें हैं. हम क्या कर सकते हैं कि आप हमें पैसे दें?
आपने लेकिन बैंकर्स का लफ्ज ऐसे फोकस करके बोला है कि मुझे
Because he comes from Bank of Punjab.
Commercial bankers. Let me be more. So I think we have a good panel. So the best thing is that they have raised very pertinent points. So that makes my job actually easier. So I'll take it because us bankers have been accused of always taking the easier parts. So I'll happily take it. So when the theme arrived that the industry wants to be a 2 trillion rupees industry and how to take it there. So I think in order to reach somewhere, we have to see where we stand today. So about 400 to 430 billion rupees of assets in terms of lending portfolio is out there today. And about 100 billion rupees worth of equity is already deployed in the industry. So that makes the leverage at around 4 times. So in order to reach the level of 2 trillion, if we see how the industry has progressed, I think it can be achievable in the next maybe 10 years time. It should be doable. Because obviously the industry had been outperforming what we can say the conventional banking industry. But the scale is where the importance lies. Because see, the total money supply is in excess of 28 trillion rupees today. So the banking industry deposits are about 23 trillion rupees today. So this industry size is about 1.5% of where the total ecosystem lies. And obviously, in terms of touch points, this industry leads the conventional banking in many ways. When we see as conventional bankers and we come and we try to reach out to everyone, let's say we want to bucket the institutions into how we see it. So there are obviously commercial banks and there are very progressive commercial banks, HPL, UBL, UBank, Mobilink Bank, and other banks, without taking anything away from anyone. And then there are bigger MFIs like Kush, there is NRSP, there is a Hoover who are doing a tremendous job. So when we deal with them, we see a pattern, we see a history. We see a history of dealing with banks. We see people having expertise of dealing with banks. We have people who have understanding of developing products who are more suitable and easier for banks to understand and invest in. And that's always good. And then obviously there is a whole ecosystem of entities who are mid-size or relatively smaller. Most of them are regional in their approach. So from our perspective, what we have been doing so far is that we have invested in tier 1 instruments, we have invested in equity instruments, we have invested in tier 2 instruments, conventional syndication, all of them. I think we can proudly say that Bank of Punjab is perhaps the only bank with the most diverse set of lending and investment portfolio, which is committed to this sector today. So this is where we stand today. What we see is that there is a whole belly of institutions who have they have a learning curve to go in terms of their system development, in terms of approaching the banks, in terms of having governance which is at par with the rest, in terms of systems which are at par with the rest, in terms of network which is part of the rest. And then again, transparency is very important. Because when we are lending money, just like when you are lending money to your clients, you want to have a very clear idea of where the institution stands. And we have been seeing emergence of entities. For example, Monster is here. I think it's a very good step for smaller entities to maybe use their ecosystem, because it's going to have a cohesive idea of how they approach the clients and avoid the risk of duplicating the clients, because obviously that also raises the risk. Then when it comes to equity, I think for banks, they have the opportunity. They can go to raise equity. The sponsors have been obviously committing over time, investing over times. Tier 1, we have already seen successful closures of that. Tier 2, we already seen happening. When it comes to MFIs, all of these windows, these get closed. So perhaps it is better to see more success stories like CEFCO coming into play. I would say let's take a vision and say that 10 companies should convert into MFCs, because that is going to open up them to capital, and that is going to open up to us, because we can see a sponsor, we can see a commitment, we can see money flowing in. Lending will also follow equity. The same goes in terms of when it comes to approaching the banks. In order in rather than just going and seeking money, okay, give us some loans, which obviously banks are available. At times the flow is easier. At times the door seems to get shut. But that's more a seasonal than a secular trend, I would say. I think it's better to package as an entity and package as a community. Because when you go and you just seek a loan, there are not many affiliated services which are available. We have already done this experiment with few of the entities. We have said, okay, fine, let's expand the canvas here. So we offer them the payment services. We offer them hedging solutions. Uh, that helps us also in terms of better wallet sizing, and then helps these entities also in terms of better accessing the funding pool as well as the services to us. So it's a win-win proposition here. I think that is very important when it comes to approaching the institutions. Beyond that, I would say that the industry needs to go, and industry needs to have more maybe consolidation in terms of the approach, as well as consolidation in terms of the entities. Because see, the flood is a recent example. COVID was something which was more of a global phenomenon, so it affected everyone. Everyone's response to it was unique, but the impact was the same. When it came to floods, there are entities with zero exposure and there are entities with more than 80% of the portfolio exposed to a risk which is nothing of their own doing. So how do we manage that? I think this is where consolidation going to become very important. So maybe either they can combinedly become a bigger entity, or maybe they can be combinedly convert it to NFC, MFC, and then consolidate. Having a diversified portfolio is always going to be helpful, and it's going to make it easier for us to be able to identify, better judge, and be able to more forthcoming to offering our services as an industry. So I think this is where I rest my case.
Thank you very much, Sakib. I think one question that you raised is quite interesting and important. I mean, all of us know that several of the players, even during the COVID, required either capital, or there were acquisitions or mergers that were being discussed. It seems, I don't know, people here, there are more practitioners sitting, and maybe in Q&A we can request one of them to talk about it. But it seems there is not much of M&A expertise which is available, or not much of depth also in the market of investors who are interested in such transactions. But let's see, we can talk about that as well.
Make a point
Ji, please.
to this. देखिए अभी जो फ्लड की सिचुएशन है, इट्स अ रियल सिचुएशन दैट वी आर ऑल फेसिंग विद. I think this microfinance sector, from a funding opportunity landscape, despite the macroeconomic challenges we have in the country, has the greatest potential. हम वो चीजें कर सकते हैं इस इंडस्ट्री में जो कि बहुत से अदर सेक्टर्स ने शायद उस तरह नहीं कर सकते. A digital only player will never have that kind of personalized relationship with the customer that we can have. Commercial banks, not our friend here, is really good. We've met a few times. I said to him in our meeting, he was very different. But generally, the commercial banks, some of them have also left the lower tier segment unaddressed. And now they are. Many of the leading ones are now going towards that. जो microfinance में potential है अभी to raise funding, you have this huge market opportunity of the bottom of the pyramid, the SME segment, the women segment. देखिए women segment में मैं बार-बार क्यों कहता हूँ? कहा जाता है कि we shouldn't give examples of Bangladesh, right? But the fact of the matter is, and I heard Kabir speak about this as well, and he was spot on, that women are generally better borrowers and they uplift not only themselves, but the entire ecosystem. This is why we have our dedicated program. अभी जो हम tier 2 and I can raise it here, जो tier 2 अभी हमारा finalize होने वाला है Mobilink Bank का, it is at the lowest rates in the industry, in the history of the industry. And we're humbled by that because the reason we were able to accomplish this was based on the fact that the focus on the opportunity landscape, the customer journey, and the segmented approach, that makes it possible. अच्छा IPO का जो फायदा होगा ना विकास मेरी लास्ट बात ये होगी and IPOs going forward in M&As is कि of course local funding as compared to a foreign investor who will need returns with the weighted average cost of capital you have in Pakistan is a different dynamic. So having a local or a regionalized funding pool makes even more sense. But yeah, this is the potential we have, despite the challenges we have. This industry can really, really serve the purpose of poverty alleviation that no one else can actually do.
Gee, so there's more interest. Please go ahead.
Vikas, I just wanted to share two things here. When we're talking about 20 million clients, ये 20 million clients होंगे कहाँ पर? Would they be still in Punjab and in Sindh? क्योंकि बलूचिस्तान में तो भी कोई भी नहीं था. We still have the entire Baluchistan available. There's nothing in KP apart from few large cities. AJK के अंदर हमारी penetration as a sector कितनी है? हमारी GB में penetration कितनी है? तो क्या ये 20 million clients again with the current scenario, with the current mindset, क्या ये फिर वही पंजाब और सिंध के उस बेल्ट के साथ होंगे या इसके बाहर भी कहीं जाएंगे हम? So we as a sector need to see कि वो जो diversification की हम बात कर रहे हैं, do we have other opportunities in other markets that are still virgin? Secondly, I talked about the institutions that we have. So we are at PMIC are trying to bring in new institutions and encourage them and to bring them in to the financing landscape that we are offering. So we have a new institution development fund that we have recently set up, which encourages institutions with who are new entrants or startups to come and borrow from PMIC. So we lowered our requirements or eligibility criteria for those institutions. So one is that. The other is the challenge fund that we launched this year. इसके अंदर we are inviting fintechs and digital platforms that have a robust model and a data-driven approach. कि अगर वो आकर pilot करना चाहते हैं and they want to test their models, the credit scoring models हैं उनके algorithms हैं. So we are ready to support those institutions through grants and funds. So really, the challenge really for us now is to make sure that there are new institutions now coming into the microfinance landscape. So uske liye at PMIC we have these two new opportunities.
PMIC has I would say PMIC has obviously the history of evolving from PPF, and PPF really gave, I must give credit to the, to the birth, of the industry. And obviously with the blended finance, you can encourage new products and new institutions in geographies where they don't exist. One question to which I'll come later, but मैं अभी alert कर देता हूँ जो course से बाहर है. वो था कि देखें, average the total 2 trillion is a product of what? Number of borrowers and the loan sizes. So loan sizes क्यों stuck हैं उस पे आऊँगा. आप में से जो भी लेना चाहेगा practitioner. But before that, I'll go to Mariam. Mariam, deposit mobilization. In your view, how has been the experience of the microfinance banks? Are there any enabling things which can be done in the law to make it helpful? Also talk about systemic risk too when you obviously talk about the changes in law. Why? Because if you have to be brought at parity with the commercial banks, what does it mean?
Okay, thank you, Vakas. Deposit, as I said, has been the most traditional way of raising funding for microfinance banks, and we all have been dealing with a certain set of challenges, and those challenges are not unique to UBank, for instance. They are challenges that are pretty much the same for the entire microfinance industry, banks obviously in particular. Um, so what is it that we need to do, and what has been our experience? For instance, there are certain things that we've done the same way, that pretty much the entire industry did pretty much the same way, in which we're trying to get into the retail space, tackle with the issue of concentration risk. This is something that we're all facing with at this point in time. We're all heavily relying on some of our corporate deposits. That is also something that is not just unique to us. That is something that is pretty much prevalent in the entire industry. So what is it that we need to do? What is it that we need to do to sort of break away from this in order to have more sustainable sources of funding? And I'll just talk about deposit, for instance. So what we thought of, and I'll talk about our own experience, is that we thought that we really need to break this glass ceiling, and we need to do something totally differently from what we've done in the past. And so we started exploring other ways of generating low cost deposit. Low cost deposit is something that is a pain point for all of us. And so we thought that, oh, we are largely present in the rural part of Pakistan, which is fine, and there is too much of horizontal expansion that still needs to be done over there, because we're really not there, far from where we need to as far as our outreach is concerned, in order to make sure that we financially include, socially include more and more of Pakistan. But we also need to sort of increase our urban presence in order to be able to be out there and compete with the commercial banking space in order to generate more deposits. So as a canvas, as a business line, what we've done is that we thought of this strategy, in which we are now beefing up our presence in the KLIs, which is Karachi, Lahore, and Islamabad, so that we can sort of target, make our presence felt in the urban parts of Pakistan and generate deposits from this part of the country, which is something that we really haven't done in the past. Then obviously there is another thing that we sort of as something that came out of research, and something that the central bank has also been pushing forward, their agenda of bringing in Sharia-based banking, which is also something that can really help us in generating low-cost deposits. So that is also something that we sort of took very seriously to our hearts. And we have at this point in time a pilot that is successfully running as far as Islamic banking is concerned, and we're looking at a commercial launch, and we're going to have a sizable presence on this front, full-fledged Islamic banking branches that are going to help us as far as raising deposits from this particular line is concerned. And obviously when we talk about Islamic banking, we're looking at significantly lower cost of deposits, significantly lower cost of funding, which is going to help the overall bank in sort of dealing with the issue of
उसको
cost of
प्रोडक्ट साइड
deposits.
पे कैसे मैच आप उसको एसेट साइड पे कैसे मैच कर रहे हैं
सो एसेट साइड के ऊपर देखें, हमारा बड़ा यूनिक किस्म का मॉडल है. इफ यू टॉक अबाउट इस्लामिक बैंकिंग स्पेस, कमर्शियल बैंक्स के अंदर एसेट डिप्लॉयमेंट उस तरह से है ही नहीं. ज़्यादातर जो उनकी डिप्लॉयमेंट है वो इन्वेस्टमेंट साइड के ऊपर है, वो सुकूक्स के अंदर है. हमारे पास एक बहुत ही यूनिक किस्म की अपॉर्चुनिटी है, वे वी आर ऑफरिंग शरिया बेस्ड लेंडिंग प्रोडक्ट्स इन द रूरल पार्ट्स ऑफ पाकिस्तान, जो कि और इस वक्त हमारा दूर दूर तक इस स्पेस के अंदर कोई कॉम्पिटिटर नहीं है. सो दिस इज समथिंग दैट इज आवर यूएसपी दैट गिव्स अस एन एज. तो हमारे पास इस वक्त एक फुल थ्रॉटल एडवांसेस मोबिलाइजेशन का एक इंजन है, जो कि हमें जो भी हम फंडिंग रेस करेंगे, और अभी तक जो हमारा एक्सपीरियंस है, वी आर फुली फंडेड. जो हमारी इस्लामिक बैंकिंग की लाइन है, वी बिन जो एसेट हमने क्रिएट किया है, वो हमारा लाइबिलिटी उसको पूरी तरीके से फंड कर रहा है. सो वी बीन एबल टू जनरेट दैट. इसके अलावा बिकॉज वी बिलीव इन डाइवर्सिफिकेशन, सो हमने इस्लामिक बैंकिंग साइड के ऊपर भी वी ऑल्सो वर्कड on certain Islamic banking lines with some of the commercial banks, and with Mizan we did a buy module. So that also we're doing. So हम ना सिर्फ डाइवर्सिफिकेशन को देख रहे हैं ऑन द लाइबिलिटी साइड, बल्कि एसेट साइड के ऊपर स्पेशली कांस्टेंट डाइवर्सिफिकेशन के ऊपर काम हो रहा है. सो चाहे वो ट्रेजरी है, मतलब इन एडिशन टू जो हमारी ट्रेडिशनल लोन बुक है वो ट्रेजरी है, या वो अर्बन बैंकिंग है, या कॉर्पोरेट बैंकिंग है जहाँ से हम बल्क डील्स की बात कर रहे हैं, या वो इस्लामिक बैंकिंग है, या डिजिटल बैंकिंग है जहाँ से हम डिजिटल क्रेडिट के थ्रू वी गेट टू स्केल. ये सारी की सारी वो चीज़ें हैं जो कि हम एक्सप्लोर कर रहे हैं, सो दैट देयर इज मोर सस्टेनेबिलिटी, बिकॉज वी टॉक्ड अबाउट कॉन्स्टेंटली in the last 2 days we've spoken so much about having sustainability in the model. So I think that is something that is very very close to our hearts, and we're constantly trying to do something to make sure that sustainability is at the heart of all that we do.
Thank you, Mariam. Some excellent points. I think it's great that in the vision you have included Islamic financing too. Some of the commercial banks obviously have really benefited from this whole financing opportunity which was available, and we see some of the big players emerging in the commercial banks just because of that they were able to mobilize deposits from the faith-based deposits. Let's put it this way. I come to that question of average loan size now. आप ये देखें कि इंडस्ट्री में कुछ स्टेट बैंक ने भी परमिशंस दी माइक्रो एंटरप्राइज सेगमेंट की. We look at the number, it's stuck around 50,000. Again, if you're talking about growth, it's a product of the number of clients and the loan sizes. So why is it not happening? कौन है आप मतलब पैनल में से कौन है जो क्वेश्चन करना चाहेगा? अगर आप रीजनली देखें, so one metric would be that average loan size as a percentage of GDP per capita, crude metric, but still, Pakistan में अगर if it's around I think say 55%, क्या comparable markets में higher है? I'm told the number is higher. What do you think our players can do to basically reach to that missing middle? Anyone? Any volunteer?
I think that कुछ कॉन्वर्सेशन है जो इंडस्ट्री स्पेसिफिक है कि इंडस्ट्री कैसे मूव कर रही है, एंड देन एक कॉन्वर्सेशन ये भी होनी चाहिए कि सबकी इंडिविजुअल जर्नीज क्या है. आई थिंक इट इज ऑल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट टू टॉक अबाउट एवरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस इंडिविजुअल जर्नी, एंड आई एम सेइंग दिस बिकॉज आवर इंडिविजुअल जर्नी हैज बीन वेरी different, and I know that there are other players also along with us who have partnered along with us, or who pretty much are doing exactly what we're doing. जो हमारा ओवरऑल लोन साइज है, अगर उसको आप उसकी मैथ्स कर लें या उसको आप हिस्टोरिकली देख लें, तो यू विल सी a gradual increase as far as I'm talking about my bank, जहाँ पर gradual increase आ रहा है. और जैसे जैसे डिमांड आ रही है फ्रॉम द मार्केट, आई थिंक वी हैव टू एक्नॉलेज द रोल ऑफ द सेंट्रल बैंक, बिकॉज हम ऑब्वियसली इट इज समथिंग वी आर ऑपरेटिंग विद आवर लाइसेंस. आवर लाइसेंस हैज अलाउड अस टू नाउ गो टू 3 million का loan. We are constantly talking about sustainability, and I think that all of us as practitioners understand कि हमें अब बड़े लोन साइज के ऊपर जाना पड़ेगा, लॉन्गर टेनिस के अंदर जाना पड़ेगा, if we want to be sustainable, and if we want to sort of be resilient, and if we also want to continue to service वो 40 से 50 हज़ार का जो client है, हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि उसका कोई हाथ छोड़ा है या हम उसकी तरफ will be less focused. No. But in order to stay sustainable, and in order to also handle your cost element, because जब आप longer tenor के अंदर चले जाते हैं तो आपकी cost of operations और cost of funding वो spread हो जाती है over a longer tenor, so that also helps you in overall
How does the risk profile of that segment compare with the
so the risk
traditional
profile,
portfolio?
okay, so when you're talking about longer, larger ticket sizes, you're basically talking about loans that are largely collateralized. So when you're looking at collateralized portfolio, obviously the risk profile is far superior. So आपका वो जो एंगल है, जहाँ पर आपकी collateralization आपको हेल्प कर देती है, वो आपको रिस्क मैनेज करने में आपको ओवरऑल हेल्प करती है. ऑब्वियसली अनसिक्योर्ड के अंदर आपके और तरह के चैलेंजेस हैं, उसकी कैपिटलाइजेशन भी और तरह की है. लेकिन जब आप सिक्योर्ड पोर्टफोलियो की तरफ चले जाते हैं, whether it is by way of any means of collateralization, that sort of helps you leverage your capital much more as opposed to doing it on the unsecured side.
Great point. Thank you.
Could I just
Saqib,
एक point में
Saqib पहले कहना चाहते थे, फिर शहजादा
Okay,
पे आ जाएंगे.
I think Mariam had raised very pertinent point. So we had a very interesting learning curve with respect to the deposit, average loan size. So we started with project the government, the previous government had housing project, had a agri finance project, had an entrepreneurship project. So we went to about 15 different banks and entities and asked that let's work together on this. So the biggest interesting point for us was that the bank had a product and they were also doing housing finance. And we all know that the housing is actually the biggest ticket investment we all do in our lifetime. Nothing bigger than that. When not our kids' education, not our cars, nothing compared to that. And other than Tardeep had one product, because regulations are there. It's not that the regulation or not. Other entities had no product for housing finance, and which was quite interesting for us as well. That it's not a taboo to have secured financing product. It's just that they don't touch it. So if you want to raise the ticket, size, perhaps this is a low-hanging fruit. And there is a very interesting history when tsunami hit Sri Lanka. Obviously, there was a devastation back in 2006. So their housing finance, their microfinance had a very interesting evolution from there. because what happened was a lot of donors and a lot of multilateral funds started flowing in. A lot of existing finance providers as well as entities who were operating in the relief and rehabilitation work, they started focusing on housing finance as a product. So what they did was it helped them scaling up. It helped them managing their costs. It helped them, raising their average ticket size. It helped them, having more secured portfolio because as we already said, when we want to have a 2 trillion rupees debt book, we cannot expect कि 500 billion rupees का हमारे पास equity आ जाए. That means we have to diversify our product base. This is perhaps a low-hanging fruit which can be utilized, and I would say it should be utilized by the industry to be able to maybe better serve existing clients as well as the new clients. And floods, I mean, we can see it as an opportunity today to be able to, launch it.
Thank you, Sakib. Thank you very much. शहजाद आप कहना
जी
चाहते थे कुछ?
जी मैं ये कहना चाह रहा था कि जब हम इसको ज़रा थोड़ा डाइसेक्ट करेंगे एवरेज लोन साइज़ को, तो हम देखेंगे कि जो कस्टमर नीड्स हैं वो भी चेंज हो रही है और उसके मुताबिक फिर प्रोडक्ट्स भी डिफरेंट आ रहे हैं. आई मीन करंटली विद 8.5 मिलियन ऑफ लोन्स, देयर आर ऑलमोस्ट 2 मिलियन ऑफ लोन्स आर नैनो लोन्स. वो एकदम से आपके एवरेज को नीचे ले आता है. प्लस जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं इंडिविजुअली भी अगर आप उसको जाके देखेंगे, वहाँ पे बिजनेस लोन्स के अंदर एवरेज लोन साइज़ आपको ग्रो होता हुआ नज़र आ रहा होगा. At the same time, clients have consumption needs as well. अदारों ने डिफरेंट टाइम्स के ऊपर कंजम्पशन नीड्स को फुलफिल करने के लिए छोटे लोन्स लेके आए हुए 10,000, 15,000, 25,000. सो ये सारा कुछ जब आप मिला के देखते हैं, देन यू सी कि एवरेज लोन साइज में उस तरह की ग्रोथ नजर नहीं आ रही. बट व्हेन वी ओनली सेपरेट आउट द प्रोडक्टिव लोन्स, they are actually growing. I mean, if I look at my institution, it has actually doubled over the last 5 years.
Because if I could just very quickly, listen.
वक्त कम है और
नहीं, मैं
आगे ही अब go ahead.
just in 30 seconds. हमारा जो, for example, हमारा अभी इस वक्त average loan size is close to 300,000 rupees, which is quite high. The reason, the way we've been able to do this is twofold. Focus on the customer segment. Loan size is a result of the kind of product you want to offer to a certain segment. So one of the segments we decided was कि जी CPEC में logistics and transportation will be very, very big. People will need commercial vehicles to run and transport goods and services. So we did the market sizing, the customer journeys, and went into that, and the default rates are extremely low. The second is also skill set, and I'm really, really happy that microfinance is building that. The kind of skill set we need to evaluate credit risk and the kind of relationship and cash flow analysis you need to do for a higher ticket size, that requires skill set. I think वो भी build हम साथ साथ करते जा रहे हैं. If we're able to do this across the industry, which we are, there's fantastic work going on. You will see these ticket sizes go up.
Cast. We're going to move on to audience questions. So if you could please indicate if you have a question. And please keep your questions brief. We've had excellent time management by Cast in this session, so thank you so much. We have a question there from
To the panel and particularly to Karan Dal. I'm Abrar Amin. You see, the panel has been discussing at length the problems which primarily are relating to the supply side, how to make the cash available, how to build the resource and skill set and all that sort of thing. We're not looking at the customer. You see, the biggest problem in Pakistan is the customer. Why? Because there is an attitude issue in Pakistan of anyone who borrows money, particularly in that segment, in the lower segment. You look at the success of microfinancing in Bangladesh, you look at Dr. Yunus, or you look at BRAC Bank, and you look at India and all the other institutions, they will tell you that the behavioral pattern of the borrowers in Bangladesh and India is far superior. When they borrow money, they know that they have to return it. That element is missing in Pakistan. You lend to anybody and he thinks he's comfy with that money. So that element of increasing the awareness of the borrower that if he is acquiring a debt, he has to repay it also needs a lot of skill set and education on behalf of the institutions. And particularly that's where I think institutions like Karan Das can put their money in and that would be put to a good use. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Dr. Sonu ke paas aayenge. We'll bring all questions to the panel together. Do we have any other questions after Dr. Sonu?
मेरा कमेंट भी है और उसके साथ क्वेश्चन भी है.
Sir, brief
मेरे ख्याल
question,
में
please.
जी बिल्कुल ब्रीफ ही करूंगा. सबसे बड़ा इम्पोर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट जो कहा था यहाँ पे बात हुई कि भाई ये 2 मिलियन क्लाइंट्स आएंगे कहाँ से. देखें एक ट्रेंड चला है पिछले 4-5 साल में कि जितने भी प्लेयर्स हैं मार्केट में माइक्रो फाइनेंस के, दे हैव रिट्रीट बैक फ्रॉम रूरल टू अर्बन। ये एक ट्रेंड है और ये बढ़ता हुआ जा रहा है। लेकिन इस वक्त एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है इन सब के लिए, हम सब के लिए, कि सारे के सारे गांव डूबे हुए हैं और उन सबको एक लिक्विडिटी की ज़रूरत है, फाइनेंसर की ज़रूरत है, असिस्टेंस की ज़रूरत है। माइक्रो फाइनेंस कैन ओनली fill that gap. Would that be possible कि भाई we go back to the rural villages where we have more than 2 million clients waiting और उनके लिए कोई सर्विसेज हो जाए? तो सबसे पहले तो एक ये इस पे आपका कमेंट चाहिए मुझे। दूसरा जो मैं समझता हूँ कि वो है कि भाई पैसे कहाँ से आएँगे और कैपेसिटी कहाँ है? देखिए, पिछले ये जो जर्नी है माइक्रो फाइनेंस में, इसमें एमएफआईज़ ने भी अपनी अ, एक कैपेसिटी शो की है। अ, लेकिन वो हमेशा उनके जो जो एपेटाइट फ्रॉम द कमर्शियल बैंक्स है, वो रुक जाती है, आते-आते रुक जाती है और वो अब देयर इज़ एन काइंड ऑफ एन रिकॉग्निशन इश्यू कि वो माइक्रो फाइनेंस को रिकॉग्नाइज़ करें, उस लेवल पे करें। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि दैट इज़ द ओनली सोर्स ऑफ स्ट्रॉन्ग फंडिंग अवेलेबल और इस सेक्टर को अगर अडॉप्ट करते हैं वो, हुआ बिल्कुल एक अच्छी बात है या खराब बात है मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन हुआ ये है कि बड़ी बैंक ने एक छोटी बैंक को खरीद कर लिया। लेकिन एमएफआई वहीं के वहीं बैठे हैं, तो मेरे ख्याल में इस बैलेंस करना होगी ज़रूरत है। थैंक यू।
शुक्रिया। सजाद साहब का यहाँ पे सवाल है, सेकंड रो में बैठे हैं। सजाद साहब प्लीज ब्रीफ रखिएगा। We're standing between the closing and lunch, so keep that in mind.
मैं ये सोच रहा था कि पैनल में अगर बैंक्स के रिस्क के लोग होते तो बड़ा प्रोडक्टिव एक और सेशन होगा। तो यहाँ पे एक ही बैंकर है तो मैं इनसे ही पूछूंगा कि आपके रिस्क के लोग पर्टिकुलरली एनबीएफसी सेक्टर पे आपको क्या रिस्क के यानी इश्यूज और चैलेंजेस बताते हैं जो आपको रोकते हैं कि आप फर्दर जो है वो इन्वेस्टमेंट्स ना करें। और पर्टिकुलरली जिस तरह शहजाद ने बात की और पीएमआईसी भी हमारे पार्टनर हैं, तो उनकी जो ड्यू डिलिजेंस प्रोसेस है वो दे आर इन्वेस्टिंग 4 days in the institution and going through all the process and understanding the but banks इस तरह नहीं करता। इस वजह से वो जो वैक्यूम है एक इंफॉर्मेशन का, प्रोसेसेस को अंडरस्टैंड करने का, रिस्क को अंडरस्टैंड करने का, दैट इज स्टिल स्टैंडिंग और वो आपको भी अलाउ नहीं कर रहा और रिस्क को भी नहीं कर, तो इसको थोड़ा एड्रेस कीजिएगा।
Thank you. So I think those are the questions that we have. So let's go to the first one. And I think I'm going to rephrase that question a bit. And I'm going to ask that question now to all of you, sort of talking about what more can institutions do to show the proven track record of the clients. Because as a sector, we've had under 5% par for as long as I've been in the sector. So what are you as institutions planning on doing so that you can project a better perception of the portfolio at risk for your clients? So that's the first question. Who's going to take a dig at it? And I think Vikas wants to answer that question.
So एक चीज तो मैं राव साहब आपको कहूंगा कि एज करंदाज वी हैव एसएमई पोर्टफोलियो टू। सो मेरे अपने लिए भी बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग था, देयर आर बैंकर्स सिटिंग इन हियर। इवन विद इन पाकिस्तान क्रेडिट बिहेवियर डिफरेंट कम्युनिटीज का डिफरेंट है, डिफरेंट रीजन्स का डिफरेंट है। आई डोंट वांट टू talk about ethnicities and others, but or even faiths or religions. बट मोटी सी बात यह है, लोग कहते हैं आप कराची से ऊपर आना शुरू कर दें, आपका डिफॉल्ट रिस्क बढ़ता जाता है। ठीक है, सो even within Pakistan there is different type of risk profile people have. Now हम genetically फर्क हैं या हम रूरल इकोनॉमी से इवॉल्व किए हैं कि हमारा क्रेडिट बिहेवियर ठीक नहीं है। आपने कारंदाज पे कहा, कारंदाज we can give structured responses only. So structured response is challenge funds. So we have done challenge funds on the credit rating, credit scoring, and tried to work with the financial institutions to develop models which can help institutions and industry understand the credit behavior, credit scoring, and risk profile of the clients and segments. So that we are doing. Let's see where this journey takes us. But rest is up to practitioners.
Akib.
अगेन जैसे आपने कहा, आई जो आपकी ओपिनियन है, आई रिस्पेक्ट दैट, बट आई वुड आल्सो लाइक टू डिफर ऑन दिस। इंडस्ट्री का पिछले 28 साल से मुझे भी यहाँ पर हो गए, द पार हैजंट बीन हायर देन 3%, और यही ट्रेंड्स हमने इंडिया और बांग्लादेश में भी देखे हैं, इतना ही रहता है। तो यहाँ पर लोग उससे ज़्यादा बेईमान नहीं हैं। और जो क्रेडिट 101 हमने सीखा था, उसमें जो पहली चीज़ सिखाई गई थी कि देयर इज़ नेवर अ बैड बोरोवर, देयर इज़ ऑलवेज अ बैड लोन। So the institution जो है ये उसकी प्राइम रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि वो कहाँ पर और कैसे लैंडिंग कर रहा है। मे बी वो लोन उसके नीड के मुताबिक नहीं था, देयर आर सर्टेन कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस दैट यू हैव मेड on the processes, but generally we are equally good or bad as our neighbors are.
Thanks, Akib. I think Mariam wants to also say something.
I just wanted to say, and it's an interesting question. We are holding the largest borrowing book in the market at this point in time, which means कि हमारी एक scrutiny होती है जो कि commercial banks करते हैं साके भी यहाँ बैठे हैं. उसके अंदर PAR is just one, and PAR probably is something that is most important. It is also something that is regularly reviewed. In fact, it's also something that is sometimes or most of the times part of the governance also. That is the kind of lens, जिसके साथ इसको देखा जाता है. So I think that the industry, given the challenges with respect to capitalization, given the challenges with respect to locust attacks and floods, जो चीजें are just now part and parcel of the model, I think the model is resilient, and I think the model has done very well in terms of managing its power. So I think that as an industry, maybe we need to do a better job at projecting this. Or hum jo practitioners, I think the onus really lies on us to sort of talk more about this, to be heard more. And I would say that in our experience, हमने जिन quarters में जाके बात की है, चाहे वो regulators हैं या चाहे वो हमारे commercial banking partners हैं, वहाँ से the response has been very positive, which is why we've been able to build the book that we've built.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So I think we move on to the next question. So Dr. Sonu की बात का अगर हम जिस निकालें वो शायद ये कहना चाह रहे थे कि commercial banks और NBMFCs की relationships जो हैं वो कैसे improve हो सकते हैं, which is very much linked to what Sajad Saab was saying in terms of risk profiling. So maybe Saqib Saab, you can start off and then we can go to the MFI partners. So how do you perceive the risk of NBMFCs, and how can we improve the risk perception maybe?
I think we have to take a step back into history. So we have been dealing with Sajjad Saab and his team, and I think their team is, I would give the credit that they have been very forthcoming. So that's a good thing. From us bank side, I think there are a few things that the industry as a whole needs to consider. बैंकों के पास कंज्यूमर फाइनेंस की टीम होती है, बैंकों के पास एग्री फाइनेंस की टीम होती है, बैंकों के पास कमर्शियल, एसएमई, कॉर्पोरेट, एवरीथिंग. When a MFI or MFB goes to talk to a bank, the first point of contact जो है ना वही confusion शुरू हो जाती है. इस्लामाबाद का कॉर्पोरेट देखेगा, लाहौर का कमर्शियल देखेगा या नॉर्थ का एग्री का कोई बंदा देखेगा. So perhaps from our side, our bank and few other banks have, it's not just that we have done something unique here. They have developed a dedicated team who focuses on this. So for us, we are relatively new. हमारा तो journey start हुआ 2017-18 से to this sector. But we started with a dedicated team. So that helped. Because the team, when they engage exclusively with the industry, they have a better understanding. They can see the pain points, they can see how we can better manage things, और उसके हिसाब से चीजें चलती हैं. And the same goes to risk model as well, because as the bank learns, the risk model also evolves with it. So from our side, what we have done is we have dedicated risk rating modules for both MFBs as well as MFIs, which are uniquely designed for this sector because we believe the risk profile is different from, let's say, a cement manufacturer or a fertilizer company for that matter, or even a DFI for that matter, because the risk profile is totally different. So this is where how we see and how we assess the risk. Actually, the next comes from the side of the MFIs and MFEs themselves. So as we mentioned about transfers, so I'll be a bit more upfront. MFBs have, very stringent set of regulations by the central bank. कार है, Basel के regulations है, IFRS 9 implement हो रहा है. All of things things help. They make our life easier and they make us more comfortable because we know who we are dealing to. When it comes to MFIs and MFCs, वहाँ पे I think voluntary आप इस चीज को implement कर ले, voluntary disclose कर ले इस चीज को कि ठीक है इसे stand. And what I can tell you is that we did a bit of exercise from our side before these floods, and we found that a lot of the entities actually have a sound balance sheet, and if we can work something closer to core is actually very good. So if the entity themselves can go and properly market it, that's going to help for us, our risk people, and obviously it's going to help you in return कि आपको financing easily accessible हो जाएगी. So this is going to help. The second thing is, I mean, you can learn from everyone. मिडल ईस्ट में इंश्योरेंस कंपनियां या बैंक्स अपनी जगह हैं, वी आर टॉकिंग टू हॉस्पिटल, वो लोग जो है वो आईओएस इम्प्लीमेंट किए बैठे हैं बिकॉज दे थिंक वी डील विद दी banks and insurance companies, so we want to access our credit risk. If they can do it, why can we, our MFIs and MFBs not do it? You know, we have the expertise available, we have the systems available, we have the understanding. So the more forthcoming the industry is, the more I think open and more easier the learning curve for the banks will be, us commercial banks, of course. And the easier it will be to have a, you know, more fulfilling and lasting relationships. And the last thing is, I think is important is the history. We have to distinguish. There is a history of industry and there is a history of industry dealing with commercial banks. इंडस्ट्री हिस्ट्री 20 साल की है, 30 साल की है, बट इंडस्ट्री की कमर्शियल बैंकों से डीलिंग की हिस्ट्री जो है वो इतनी बड़ी नहीं है. सो जितनी आगे आप चलेंगे उतना भी टाइम ये चीजें खुद से इवॉल्व होगी, एज दीज आर ऑलरेडी इवॉल्विंग. दिस इज, आई थिंक दिस इज how we as a bank see it, and this is how I think the industry as a whole is also seeing it.
Thank you so much. I think Abu Bakr was.
Just very quickly, I think agreeing with the point, as an industry, there is a lot of tangible work that is being done, and we need to showcase and storytell it more as well. जो impact on the ground create हो रहा है and the innovations that are being driven, we do definitely need to create more of that perception because वो impact है. Having said that, I think our models will evolve on credit scoring as well. Yes, we have the nano lending models जिसपे हमारे पास credit scoring engines है, but even our SME sector का जो model है ना credit risk का, वो भी आगे evolve होगा. उसमें मैं very quickly कहूँगा B2B2C बड़ा important होगा. Meaning ये कि अगर मैं किसी रिटेलर के पास जाता हूँ और मैंने करोड़ रिटेलर्स के पास जाना है, तो मेरे पास वो क्रेडिट रिस्क की शायद कैपेबिलिटी नहीं होगा, बट वो 1 करोड़ रिटेलर किसी यूनिलीवर, किसी दराज, किसी पेप्सी, किसी कोक, किसी एमएनपी किसी के साथ काम करता है. उनके पास उसकी क्रेडिट हिस्ट्री है, कौन सा अच्छा है, कौन सा बुरा है, किस टाइम पे पैसे मिलते हैं, किस टाइम पे पैसे नहीं मिलते, कौन सा टाइम पे अपनी इनवॉइसेस सेटल करता है, नहीं करता. If we are able to leverage those B2B relationships to actually get a wider pool, I think we can grow our customer base, which has to be an ambition for poverty alleviation much quicker as well.
Thank you so much, Abu Bakr. So, Vikas, अगर आप 2-3 मिनट लेके sum up कर दें, then we do the presentation of
Gee,
mementos.
I think I'm standing between the lunch. So I'll very quickly say, I think there are two very strong messages which are emerging. One is developing capabilities. Developing capabilities and skill set and business models which show us that we are investable, which show us that people can give money to us. So for industry, the good thing is the solution is within. You don't have to look outside. If you can develop your own capabilities and you can showcase, then investors will find you worthy of investment. Second, it's more of a technical thing. First, strategic is diversification. I would say product diversification ki baat hui hai, both on asset and liability side. So people have spoken quite eloquently about that, what they're doing in different banks, and I'm sure here too many players who did not had the opportunity of being on the panel, but are doing lots of product diversification, both on the asset and liability side. So cross fertilization kare, learning kare, and enrich kare apni offering on both sides. I think some great points on Islamic finance was also made, that how commercial banks have benefited, how the industry can benefit here, and I won't say non-traditional investors, but identify the right set of investors who are like-minded international investors who are willing to take a long-term bet on the sector industry in Pakistan. So I think these are two messages. I think I would like to thank the excellent panel which made my job easy. Thank you very much.
Vikas, if you could just take a step forward and give mementos to each of your panelists. If we can have Saqib Sajjad Saab up at सबसे पहले. Thank you. And we can have Saqib Siddiqui Saab up next. Saqib Saab, I think we'll get a group photo, so if you could stay close to the... Thank you. If we can have Sardar Muhammad Abu Bakr next. Shahzad Iqbal Saab. And Mariam, if we could have you, please. And Ghalib Saab, if I could request you to please come on stage and give a memento to Vikas, and also Ali Bisharat, who set the scene for us very nicely. Sorry, Vikas, if you could first do that, and then Ghalib Saab, if you. And Ghalib Saab, if you could also join us for the group photo on the stage post the memento. Can we all have a group photo, please? Can we have a group photo, please, for the whole panel? Great. So this was the end of the substantive part of the conference. It's been a pleasure being here. It's been a pleasure having your insights. It's been a pleasure hearing from the different panelists and experts through a variety of sessions that we've had. I will post this session, request Mohsin Ahmed to come on stage, who is, of course, we all know, the CEO of the BMN, to formally close the session and give his vote of thanks. So thank you, audience, and thank you, everyone. This is the last you'll be seeing of me.
Assalamu alaikum ji. Okay, so I think this is the post-substantive session. अच्छा, before lunch मैं जो कुछ बातें कहना चाहूँगा. कल एक session था, एक तो policy dialogue था, लेकिन one of the sessions was around reaching 20 million clients based on the achievements we have achieved. और आज का जो session था, constructing a 2 trillion rupee balance sheet. इन दोनों के आपस में बड़े लिंक्स थे. जब हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि ये किस तरह से हमने कंस्ट्रक्ट करना है एजेंडा ऑफ द सेशन, तो हाउ डू वी डू दैट, तो इनके बड़े इंटरप्लेस थे आपस में. एंड आई थिंक जो कल भी सेशन हुआ और अभी भी जो सेशन हुआ, उसमें जो एक चीज मैं यानी गिवन कुछ यानी हम सब इंटरनेशनली भी ट्रैवल करते हैं और देखते हैं क्या इंडस्ट्रीज हैं, तो जो एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज है, जब लोग पूछते हैं ना सवाल के इज देयर दैट नंबर ऑफ क्लाइंट्स और नॉट, सो वी हैव अ पॉपुलेशन ऑफ 220 मिलियन पीपल, so there is, and poverty is there, and people are financially excluded. ये तो फिनटेक्स में आता है, जिसकी वजह से फिर आप कभी ये वर्ल्ड बैंक या आईएफसी वालों से इंटरेक्ट करें तो वो हमारी ठीक ठाक बजाते भी हैं कि आपका इतना कम आउटरीच है, डिस्पाइट द फैक्ट कि इतनी अच्छी आपका पॉलिसी एंड रेगुलेटरी फ्रेमवर्क है. तो विद दैट इन माइंड आप अगर देखें ना, देयर आर सम एंटिटीज, सिंगुलर एंटिटीज, और ये मैं यानी कमर्शियल लेंडर्स को भी बताना चाहता हूं कि वो जो रिस्क की बात करते हैं, यानी सिंगल एंटिटीज की आउटरीच इन बांग्लादेश, एक ब्राक 6 मिलियन, इंडिया यू लुक एट उज्जैवन और इक्विटी बैंक, सिंगल एंटिटी की आउटरीच 4 मिलियन 6 मिलियन. आई जस्ट क्राइसिस सारी दुनिया में आते हैं. इंडिया में क्राइसिस आया, आई वाज इन 2008 इन श्रीलंका, वो एक दिन पहले वो उस कॉन्फ्रेंस में खूब इंडिया की तारीफें हो रही थी. नेक्स्ट डे सुबह इंडियंस की चेहरे उतरे हुए थे बिकॉज आंध्र प्रदेश का क्राइसिस आ गया था. एंड आंध्र प्रदेश एट दैट टाइम वाज कंसंट्रेशन, 80% ऑफ द एंटायर सेक्टर वाज इन आंध्र प्रदेश. इससे बड़ा रिस्क क्या होगा वो, यानी एंड सो बट दे, यानी जो उसके बाद उनके मुल्क में जो मैंने नेक्स्ट क्राइसिस हमने सुना, दैट वाज द मोदी गवर्नमेंट डिमोनेटाइजेशन. उसका ह्यूज इंपैक्ट आया माइक्रो फाइनेंस इंडस्ट्री के अंदर. इसी तरह एक थर्ड क्राइसिस भी कोविड का जो उनका वेव 2 था. बट डिस्पाइट दिस क्राइसिस and despite the fact that they are not at 8 million, they are at 110 million, they are growing annually at 50%. So मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि मैं बिल्कुल पुश नहीं कर रहा, मैं जस्ट रियलिटी बता रहा हूँ आपको कि सो इट इज ऑल पॉसिबल. ये कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है. और उसके लिए पीछे यानी वन ऑफ द अदर फैक्टर्स इज कि इंडिया में अगर आप देखें तो प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग है, सो देयर इज अ कंटिन्यूअस फ्लो ऑफ फाइनेंसिंग अवेलेबल टू द इंडस्ट्री, वो कोई टेंशन नहीं है उधर. सिमिलरली बांग्लादेश में पीकेएसएफ, एंड पीकेएसएफ में देयर इज कंटिन्यूअस अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ वर्ल्ड बैंक और इंटरनेशनल डेवलपमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशंस फंडिंग टू देम. पाकिस्तान में somehow हम लोगों ने बड़ी जल्दी एग्जिट करवा दिया जितने भी ये डेवलपमेंट फाइनेंस इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, जिनको यानी आई थिंक एमसीजीएफ हैड इट कंटिन्यूड, विकास पता नहीं है कि नहीं है, बट हैड इट वाज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट, आई थिंक वन ऑफ द बेस्ट इंस्ट्रूमेंट दैट वाज अवेलेबल. और ये अगर कंटिन्यू कर रहा होता तो इट वुड हैव बीन अवेलेबल स्टिल, एंड ये वो लिक्विडिटी को बड़ी हद तक उसके इश्यूज को रिजॉल्व कर रहा था. सो दैट्स माय 2 cents इन टर्म्स ऑफ द रैप अप. But अब मैं in terms of vote of thanks, so I will start with thanking the HBL Microfinance Bank and HBL. Amir Saab, thank you very much, sir. So second continuous year, and we look forward to more of these. Then PMIC, grateful to them. They, in fact, from last year, they increased their contribution this year because they thought as a primary lender, last year zyada banks the, so they have to contribute more this year. So we are grateful to them. National Bank of Pakistan, they continued. And despite the fact that Amar Saab baithe hain, main unse jab baat hui thi, they have an interim arrangement. So unhone kaha ke, so we can't contribute like we did last year, but we will definitely, because this sector is very important to them. Then you Microfinance Bank as a gold sponsor, Khushali Bank as a silver sponsor, and then there is a host of bronze ke sponsors jo hamare members hain, sare ke majority of our members were there. Despite the fact, and this is despite the fact that I will talk about even both our members and the financial industry, ye inhone bahut zyada contribution kar di hui thi already to floods. Yeah, हमारे members were affected because of flood. Despite that, at this year, they continue to support us. We are grateful to all of them. And I also, in some of the insurance companies, I must mention them in this. Then there are some institutional partners which have been supporting us broadly, not just for the conference, but broadly. इसमें तस्दीक है. They continue to support us in terms of our knowledge management and research initiatives also. Bank of Punjab, वो हमें हमारे मुंसलिक initiative के अंदर हम अगले 1-2 दिनों में sign off कर रहे हैं. They're giving us a 2-year term loan with a 9-month grace period. So this is beyond the sponsorship that they are supporting us. And then, of course, Munsilik itself as a subsidiary of PMN. And now I'll go into next year. So 2023, that will be our AMC7. We are going to discuss two, यानी हम आज शायद अपनी बोर्ड की मीटिंग में भी ये डिस्कस करें, लेकिन I think एक important चीज ये है कि how can we have more players who are part of the ecosystem. We need to chart them maybe at the beginning of the year and make sure that all of them are present and are at different panels. Number 2, I think, is the audience. Despite the fact, ji, I am grateful, ji, कि second day, maybe third day, और इतनी ज़्यादा audience है, but मुझे पता है आप सबको भी पता है ये सब कौन है जी. So I would want to have more people who are coming from a larger group of industries. So maybe academia, research, vloggers, journalists. I think a debate that needs to happen at our level is that are we at a position where we are ready to invite them to these kind of events, because इस दफा की जो panel discussions थी इसमें provocation भी हुई है. Otherwise ज़्यादातर लोग कहते थे कि आप लोग बस गप्पे मार के चले जाते हैं. इस दफा एक दूसरे के साथ disagreements हुई हैं. So I think we have matured and it's time कि we invite the wider group जो हमसे शायद और difficult questions पूछे, and we should be ready to respond to them. इसके अलावा जी, some final touches. I would like to thank our members. Because of them we are what we are, and also because of them this is the kind of audience that is available over here. Number 2 is the management support. Ali Bisharat and his entire team, I think they worked very hard to make sure that this happened. मैं और मेरे अली के साथ बहुत डिसएग्रीमेंट्स होते थे. उनमें से एक था, वो ये कहता है कि 9 बजे स्टार्ट करेंगे तो फिर आप मुझे ही सुनाएंगे कि कम लोग क्यों हैं, या लोग 9:30-10 से पहले नहीं आते. एंड ही प्रूव्ड राइट, क्योंकि दोनों दिन इट वाज अराउंड 9:30 9:45 के यू स्टार्ट सीइंग पीपल कमिंग इन. सो मे बी मुझे एडजस्ट होना पड़ेगा इसमें. And then the support from the event management company, Mirador, I am grateful to them also. They have really made sure that this saal, despite the budget cuts, they did a very good job. So thank you very much. On for lunch, ready for lunch. Thank you.